What's up?
What's up? Hello, everyone. Welcome to Sports Talk with the Guys on Saturday, April 27th, I believe it is. So, I'm one of your
Can
hosts,
you guys hear me?
the
I can't hear
Almighty.
you.
Who are you talking to, North Cowgirl? Yourself again? So, yeah, Big Dog and North Cowgirl. How are you doing, Big Dog?
I'm alive.
We can't hear you.
Can't
You
hear
can't
me?
hear you?
I can't hear either one of you.
Can you hear me,
Well,
Almighty?
I can hear the Big Dog.
No, I
I
Oh,
can
can
read
okay.
your lips, big dog, but I can't hear you.
Well, I can hear you,
W-
North Cow Dog. I know now Cow Dog Girl, and I can hear Big.
Well, yeah.
So we have no way to test your
Nope.
theory of who can be heard and who cannot be heard. But I'm going to go with the fact that I can be heard and Big Dog can be heard because I can hear the dog, and the Big Dog can hear me. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So
So
maybe
it's
Okay, I guess I'm the one that's still out. I'm gonna
yes,
go out and come back in because I'm still not hearing you guys.
yeah,
okay.
yeah. What a professional way to start a show. I I like it when that happens. So, anyway, Big Dog, I know you like to follow in Roger's tradition. So, what's the weather out there in South Carolina, South California?
South Carolina.
Yeah.
It is at right now at the moment. It is 50 degrees outside, going to a high of 73. Uh, Air quality is good for now. Um, let's see. Winds are 2 miles an hour, and the humidity is 88%, and visibility is 11 miles.
All right. Way to go, here, Big Dog.
How about in your part of town?
Hell, I don't care. It's overcast. It's about 58. It's supposed to be the same high as you have there, Big Dog, 73, 78. But as far as I can tell, there's not going to be any sunshine. At least not right now. There's not any right now. Still a little wet out there. It's been raining the last. Well, it was nice and sunny yesterday, but it must have rained overnight. So that's what we have. We don't. I don't. The air quality always smells like horse shit. So that's the air quality. So that's the way it is. In Ohio, in my part of Ohio, anyway. So we shall. But it doesn't matter when it comes to basketball because they play indoors, and I think.
So, so is snow season officially over for you guys, or do you guys still have a chance
My God,
that
why
it
do
might
you have
snow?
to say that? See, there you go. You say it out loud, and now it's like, oh, fudge, just going to snow. Got later on today. You dumb mother. Anyway, I'm going to tell you something.
I can relate to that because when I was working with American Greetings, and we'd be going to a job, and one of the guys would say, "Oh, this job's going to be easy," and sure enough, it was everything that could go wrong did go wrong, and we're like, "Don't
Yeah,
don't say that word. That don't say that's not the vocabulary when we're working."
yeah. You jinxed it right away once you said it.
Yep, exactly.
And I'm telling you, well, I'm going to be honest with you, Big Dog. You did bring it up, so yeah, it is. It is officially over. I mean, we're late in April, and it should be over. So it's not too bad. Not too bad. So, oh my gosh. Oh my. So
Yes.
we may be having this weekend. I'm going to tell you something. This
Okay.
weekend, we may be having a preview of the World Series.
Really?
Yes. The
So
Indians.
the Angels are in town?
Yeah, the Angels are in town. Yeah. So are the Mets. Uh, no, the Indians are down in Atlanta playing the Braves.
Ooh, that would be a fun World Series.
It'd be a rematch of the one in '95. So, but I'm just saying that because they both have the. Well, last I checked, they both had the best records in baseball, and so I know
Well,
it's early.
let's
I know
just
it's early.
check.
I know it's early. You can't
Let's
say
just check.
It is so early. I can't.
Cleveland is 18-8, 692, and Atlanta is 18-6 to 750. And yes, they are the two best teams in baseball right now.
At least record wise. So
Yes.
yeah. So and they got two more to go. I can't. So they played. They started this series yesterday. So it. I'm not saying it is, but right now they're both doing pretty well.
Did you guys? Let's see. I'm trying to find you guys.
Well, we're not at the we're not at the bottom. Well, Atlanta did take us yesterday, 6-2. So
Oh, there it is. I keep forgetting it's the Guardians. I kept looking for the Indians.
oh, when I type in Indians, it still comes up Guardians.
Well, I was just looking at the scores.
Well, I'm just I see. Well, Google to their one of their I don't know what you want to call it. Have not
No, because then it gets me mad.
Well, still let you see the other word when you type in the Indians. So they have not you know. So as far as Google's concerned, Indians is not offensive because they still let that be switched in and out with the other name, with the G word, which is racist and hate speech. So I don't know why they switched it to such a hateful name. So
Well, since we're there, let me give the scores from yesterday. These scores were yesterday's games, guys. It was the Dodgers over actually destroying the Blue Jays, 12-2. The Brewers beat the Yankees 7-6. The Twins beat my Angels. What else is new? 5-3. The Royals blanked the Tigers 8-0. The Athletics beat the Orioles in 10, 3-2. The Cubs beat the dreaded Red Sox 7-1. The Cardinals doubled up on the Mets 4-2. The Nationals beat the Marlins 3-1. As Almighty said, the Braves unfortunately beat the Guardians yesterday 6-2. The White Sox
I don't know what you're
beat.
saying. I don't know what you're saying. Who did the Braves play? What, some minor league team you're talking about? I just don't know what you're trying to say. Yeah. Indians.
No, I know. I was trying to think of your mascot. I can't think I forgot what your mascot's name was.
Oh, which one? The G word?
Yeah, the Indian one.
It's an Indian.
But didn't he have a name?
Oh, Chief Wahoo.
Chief Wah. That's who I was thinking.
Yeah, Chief Wahoo.
So the Braves beat Chief Wahoo and the Crew 6-2.
See,
The White Sox beat the Rays 9-4.
how much better would that series be if it was the Braves versus the Indians?
Yeah, oh yeah, I totally agree.
The Braves and this other G word crap. See, it would. Their tomahawk against Chief Wahoo. I'm sorry.
And I'll give it to the Braves and to the Chiefs for not caving in to cancel culture and not changing their name, refusing to change their name.
The Blackhawks
and the Blackhawks.
Well, the Blackhawks defended their. They said no, and they defended why it's called the Blackhawks, and you either live with it or you just march outside for no reason at all.
Yep. The world champion Rangers beat scorekeeper's second favorite team, the Reds 2-1. The Mariners beat the Diamondbacks 6-1. The Phillies beat the Padres 9-3, and the hated ones beat the Pirates 3-0.
Wow, is that it for the scores?
That's it for the scores.
Well, then I will go over the standings real fast.
Sounds great.
Since we are talking baseball, and these are the standings as of today, Saturday morning, after yesterday's games, as Big Dog has already told us about. In the American League East, the Baltimore Orioles, the Birds, Oreos, yeah, the black and white candy chocolate cookie Orioles, I meant, are 16 and 9, and they got one of the better records too in baseball. But the Yankees are not far behind because they're 17 and 10. The Red Sox are 14 and 13. The Blue Jays are 13 and 14, and the Rays are 13 and 14. And once we get to the American League Central, of course, Chief Wahoo is 18 and 8. The Royals are on their butt with 17 and 10. The Tigers are 14 and 12. That should make Philly Special happy. The Twins are 12 and 13, and the White Sox, they're close. They're closing in at 4 and 22. So there you have it. They have the best. I think they have the. I think they have the
Good
worst.
morning, Aisha. How you doing?
I think they have the worst record, don't they? I haven't got to the Mets yet. We'll find out. In the American League West, the Mariners are 14 and 12. The Rangers are 14 and 13. Speedy's favorite team, the Athletics, are 11 and 16. The Angels are 10 and 16, and the Astros are 7 and 19. So let's get here. Yep, that's right. Wow, the Mets don't have the worst record anymore. They've climbed out, but still,
Yep.
looks like.
The what?
Yep, they did. I tell you how much I pay attention to the Mets. So we have the National League East. And over there, we have the Braves, of course, 18 and 6. The Phillies are not far behind with 17 and 10. The Mets are 13 and 12. The Nationals are 11 and 14. And the Marlins are 6 and 21. So I guess them and the White Sox will be playing in the toilet bowl this year.
Yep.
The National League Central, we have the Brewers 17 and 8. The Cubs, who are breathing down their necks, is 17 and 9. The Reds 14 and 12. The Pirates 13 and 14. The Cardinals 12 and 14. And yes, folks, this Cardinals are still in St. Louis. Yes, they are. In the National League West, we have Rogers and Giggs' favorite team, not Rogers, but Giggs' favorite team, 17 and 11. The Padres, 14 and 15. The Giants, 13 and 14. The Diamondbacks are 12 and 15. Oh, the Rockets are putting in their bid for the toilet bowl with a 7 and 19 record. What were you going to say, Big Dog? Did you want to interrupt me for a reason?
Oh no, you mentioned the hated ones. I just said, but
Oh, the hated ones. I thought it was the Astros.
no, the hated ones are the Giants. The Astros are the assholes.
Oh, okay, all right. So why are the Giants the hated ones?
Because anybody that grew up in Southern California, and even if they're not Dodger fans, they know that let's just put it that the Dodgers San Francisco or the Dodgers Giants rivalry is up there with the Yankees and the Sox and the Lakers and the Celtics.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's an extremely heated rivalry.
Right, they both moved to California about the same time.
Yeah.
So that's you have some transplants yourself there. I guess the only original Southern California team would be the Padres, right?
And maybe the Angels.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Angels. So you got two.
Yeah, everybody does.
You have two original teams and two transplants. Of course, the transplants have been there for over 50 years, so I guess they don't count as transplants anymore. I guess they have worked their way into the Southern or the California landscape.
Yeah, it's as far as the Dodgers are concerned, of course, they came here, they played in the Coliseum for a while till they were getting Dodger Stadium built in Elysian Park. But if you ever have a chance to see any type of documentary about the Dodgers' early days or how they acquired Elysian Park, watch it because it's pretty sad. That was probably one of the earliest forms of eminent domain that was used, and the Dodgers bought out all that land, and they literally kicked the people off out of their houses. There's video of police literally carrying the homeowners out of their homes.
Yeah, well,
So yeah,
isn't that the history of California as a whole? Use
pretty
an internet
much.
domain to kick everybody out of land to do whatever they want to.
Good morning, gig.
And we also had a good morning from Anime.
Aisha.
Don't,
Yep.
don't know why they're not here, but they should be. But
Yeah, anime girl, if you can join us or want to join us, please do.
yeah,
Gig is probably off in the mountains. She's been uh, four buying or using her quads every weekend, so she's probably up in the mountains again. You know, making that homemade hooch in the mountains.
homemade hooch. Huh? Wow. Yeah, well, I guess all she has to do is go into the valley, buy some grapes, and be on her way.
There you go. Um, did you have any baseball news? I had a couple of things, but then nothing's really been officially
I
happening.
just had the Indians and Braves news. I didn't have anything else. What do you have for us?
I don't know if we talked about it a couple of weeks ago or not, but Strasburg finally actually retired. He officially retired 2 weeks ago. As we all know, Strasburg is now 35, was a hard throwing right hander, number one overall pick in 2009 amateur draft, and rose to stardom, leading the Nationals to a championship. But he last pitched on June 9th, 2022. That was his only start of the season. 1 second.
Yeah. Why are you doing that? Well, Alicia, when you're an occupying force for 100 years, you're still considered a foreigner. Okay. I know how you English like to go someplace and entrench yourselves. You know. Luckily, we got rid of you, but you know.
And I just got a note from or a message from NorCal girl. She's having sound problems. She can't figure it out. So she's trying.
Yeah.
I would suggest she get another cow and to get on that conveyor belt to speed it up. But anyways, as I was saying, he last pitched on June the 9th, 2022. His only start that season. He lasted 4 2/3 innings before going back on the injured list. And this was on April 6th. So he said, "Today I'm announcing my retirement from the game I love. I realized after repeated attempts to return to pitching, injuries no longer allow me to perform at a major league level. Although I will always wish there were no more games to be pitched, I find comfort in knowing that I left it all out there for the only team I've ever known." So he's thrown only 500. He threw only 528 pitches in the majors since signing his $245 million 7-year contract in December 2019. He did not report to spring training last year or this year. It says under the terms of his contract, he receives $35 million a year, with 11 million, just over 11.4 million deferred at 1% interest. It says the deferred money is payable in equal installments of $26.666 million starting July 27th, starting in July of 2027, 28 and 29, with an interest payment of just shy of $4 million due December 21st of 2029. Since he did retire, I was reading that they restructured his annual salary so that there's more in deferment money, so that the cap isn't going to affect baseball the team as much as far as the tax hit. So he's going to have more money deferred. So he would have been getting 35, 20. He was getting about just shy of $23.5 million a year. I heard that they were trying to get it down to about 10 million and have all the rest of the money deferred and extend the deferment, which is probably something he's going to go for, kind of a Bobby Bonilla type of contract.
So,
So
well, getting paid not to play baseball,
yeah,
that's something.
and Bobby still has another, I think 7 or 10 more years to go on that 1.1 million July 1st payment.
So, is he hurt? I mean, is that why he's not reporting, or is he just not?
Yeah, Strasburg. What happened was is he had let's see in 2019 it says he went 20 and 18 to lead the National League in wins while throwing a league high 209 innings. In 2022 he made his only appearance and pitched 4 2/3 on June 9th against the Marlins. Said he has had Tommy John surgery. I think it says twice. And he has not. This last time, he has not been able to come back from it.
Okay.
I know. We touched on it a little bit during spring training, because since he was on the roster, the Nationals wanted him to come to spring training to maybe give coaching, like to act as a coach. And he said no. He says he can't throw the ball, so how is he supposed to teach, the young kids how to pitch if he can't throw? Which makes sense. I mean, it'd be different. I think if you're a batter, kind of like Shohei Ohtani, where he can't pitch but he can bat because it's different type of muscles that you're using. But as far as trying to teach the kids how to pitch, the youngsters, I kind of agree with Strasburg. Is how can you teach them how to pitch if you can't throw the ball yourself? I mean, that's just me. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
If Scorekeeper was here, we'd be able to ask him. If you can't throw the ball, can you actually still teach, someone how to pitch?
But you got to realize that there are pitching coaches that are up there, and they probably can't throw any heat, but I guess there would be a difference. I mean, I guess if you want to show them proper form, you would have to know how to hit for the baseball.
And that's probably all he could teach him is the proper form. But as far as throwing, I don't think he'd be able to do anything. But
you can still yak, and you can still have someone. There she is. Hey, Norca, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Somehow or another, my sound system, a couple of seconds before we went live, switched back over to my phone instead of. I hate computer electronics and thinking for themselves, and I'm thinking to myself, why was this going perfectly just fine? And I was listening to something. We went live, and then all of a sudden, I couldn't hear Jack Maloney.
Well, I'm glad that you're back.
That's the same problem I have. So every time now, because remember I was having problem with the sound coming through my earbuds for whatever reason. For whatever reason, every single time now, before I start talking, I have to go into the audio part and switch it from my iPad to my earbuds every single time now.
Yeah.
When it used to just do it automatically.
Well, that's why
mine was doing it automatically, and then all of a sudden it just like literally and I was thinking, okay, was it some problem because we went live? And I was just like, okay, that doesn't make sense, because I could tell you guys were hearing me because I could see, the little thing blinking, and yes, I could read your lips that you can, get it, but it's just like,
yeah.
So.
Well, I guess I don't have that problem since my computer speakers are hardwired. I don't use the Bluetooth part of it. I just hardwire it in that way.
And you're on a computer.
That's a true story. But I mean, I could probably still Bluetooth it through my computer.
Yeah.
But But then it gets confused. And if I want to go, like you said, if you want to do your phone, but you got to go to your computer and you're fucking around trying to get your, I mean, you're playing around trying to get your proper speaker to listen to music and it won't get out of your computer. Well, that's the way it is. Yeah, I showed that. She's still mad because I called her an occupying force, but that's neither here nor there. Well, she said that, anyway, that started, where did that start? That started, where did it?
So she's Australian?
I started here when I started here when she said this. So, and I told her that's when I said she was an occupying force, and then she said she's not English, but, but she's still a part of the British Empire. What else am I going to say? I don't know. Well, I'm glad you're back, North Cowgirl. Nothing much happened. You didn't miss much. We talked about baseball scores, standings, and speaker. Oh yeah, we got talking with speakers. I don't think we spoke about anything else important, did we, Big Dog?
Just Strasburg retiring. The only other real thing I have on baseball, is the Orioles' top prospect Jackson Holliday has been sent back to the minors. He's only 20 years old. He was promoted from AAA on April 10th, amid all kinds of fanfare. But the second baseman has managed only 2 hits, both of them singles, and 2 walks in 36 plate appearances over 20 games. He's already struck out 18 times. And he's batting a scary 59.
Well, that'll do it.
With one RBI and a 111 on base percentage.
That would do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, wow.
We sure would even entrust him to going down to the minors. Maybe he needs to go down to, I don't know, T-ball first.
Well, he was doing well in the minors. That's why they brought him up. But I guess he couldn't take it says he will seek to regain his form at the plate in Norfolk, which I guess is their AAA affiliate, where he batted .333 with 5 doubles, 2 homers, and 9 RBIs in just 10 games. So it says he excelled in the minors last season and was dominating AAA pitching at Norfolk, but that didn't translate to success at the major league level during his time with Baltimore this month. No kidding. So he's going back from flying on charter jets to taking Greyhound.
Yep.
If that. Yeah. All right. That is. Oh, no wonder. Yeah. Okay. Well, that happens. They bring him up.
You muted yourself.
God, I thought it was me again.
I must have.
There you go.
I don't know. It's all part of the baseball thing where they keep bringing people up and down.
Yeah.
I mean, there's clamoring for the Indians to bring up a center fielder, and you're like, well, they're in first place. Why would you want to screw with it? You get to a point where you don't want to mess with it.
Yeah.
So we all right, yeah. Well, you just need to kick him out, even though you won't get any help from us because of the NATO agreement. But that's neither here nor there. So yeah, and that's going to happen. You're going to bring somebody up, see if they can work out. They don't. They get sent down. They bring somebody else up, or they stay pat, and that's going to be just about all season long. So you want to see if someone's doing quite well in triple. You want to see how well they'll do in majors, and if they're going to do quite well in majors, they might take somebody's place that's not doing so hot in the major leagues on your roster. So yeah. And if you get up there, well, you don't suck, or you're going home. or going back to the minor leagues. I mean, that's you got your shot. So we'll see what happens there.
Yep.
59. That's yeah.
Yeah, that ain't gonna cut it.
But here's the thing: when Willie Mays was brought up to the majors, he was batting something like that, and he was afraid he was going to be sent down. And the manager says, "No, we've won 10 straight since you've been here. We're not sending you anywhere." So when you have that superstition in baseball going,
Oh yeah,
you don't screw around. You just say, I don't care if he's batting 39. We're winning 10 games. We're gonna
we're
keep
winning.
we're
We're
gonna
not
keep
changing socks. We're not changing
we're gonna
nothing.
ride we're gonna ride this out. So yeah. And so we know how Willie Mays' career ended up. So Hall of
Yeah, he did all right.
Hall of Famer. Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he was able to
Yeah,
squeak.
he skated by.
He squeaked by a little bit there, He took it, he eventually batted what 60. Yeah, no, this guy, yeah. But
Yeah,
but sometimes it takes, sometimes if something falls your way, I mean, that's weird. Doesn't matter how things fall your way, as long as you take advantage of it as time goes on.
yep.
So that's always interesting. So, any more baseball news there, Big Dog?
No more baseball news. But we'll get this one out of the way. I was hoping Speedy would be here. He said he was going to try, but he's not here. But let's just real quick. Um, Hockey, NHL is in the playoffs, and just really quick, here are the teams that are in the playoffs and where they are so far. So you have the Florida Panthers versus the Tampa Bay Lightning, and let's see who has who. Game one, Florida won. Game two, Florida won. Game three, Florida won. So Florida, the Tampa Bay Lightning are up. I'm sorry, the Florida Panthers are up 3-0. Then it's the Boston Bruins versus the Toronto Maple Leafs, and Boston is up 2-1. Then in the Metropolitan Division, it's the Rangers versus the Washington Capitals, and the Rangers are up 3-0. The Carolina Hurricanes versus the New York Islanders, and Carolina is up 3-0. In the Central Division, it is the Dallas Stars versus the Vegas Golden Knights. And Vegas is up 2-0. Let's see. And then it's the Winnipeg Jets versus the Colorado Avalanche. And Colorado is up 2-1. In the Pacific Division, it is the Vancouver Canucks, those Knuckleheads, against the Nashville Predators. And Vancouver is up 2-1. And then it is the Edmonton Oilers versus the Los Angeles Kings. And Edmonton is up 2-1. The one game that LA did win, they won it in overtime, 5-4, and that was game 2. And that about does it for hockey.
Okay. All right, sounds good.
So no San Jose Sharks for Speedy, and no Anaheim Ducks for me.
Huh.
Do you guys have a team up there?
Who?
Cleveland.
Oops. Where the fuck did that come from? I hit the wrong one. Nope.
Spider-Man.
Just Columbus. We just have Columbus. I was trying to find. There it is, right there. Okay, now I was trying to find the right. We had the wrong logo up there, and I was trying to find it. So I didn't think
No
it.
problema.
Nope, we just have the Columbus Blue Jackets. We didn't have a Cleveland.
Oh, okay.
We used to have a Cleveland team many moons ago, but for some reason it just didn't catch on. Cleveland, like I said, mentioned before, Cleveland does have a minor league hockey team, and it does quite well. But we just couldn't. We for Cleveland's supposed to be in this sports town. We couldn't keep a WNBA team, and we couldn't keep a hockey team. So we can only handle the three sports: baseball,
You
hockey.
could only handle the big three.
Yeah, you can only handle the big three. We couldn't do anything else with the other three. Even though you think hockey would be pretty good.
Yeah,
One of the big
that's why I
three.
was asking. That I was figuring, you guys got to have a hockey team up there.
Just a minor league, and they do quite well. They're like Erie Monsters, and so that's
Who's there? Is Columbus their affiliate, or
I don't think
you know who?
I don't
Oh, okay,
I don't know I don't know anything about them except their name,
okay.
and but they were there. I don't know. It could be, but that makes too much sense having your affiliate close to your team. So I mean that just doesn't make much sense. I mean I could look at it, but I don't want to.
I like going to minor league hockey games. To me, they're a lot more fun because the crowd really gets into it, and you see more old style hockey where the two times I've gone to, I've gone more than that, but pretty much almost every single game that I've gone to, I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
the one that was crazy, this was years ago when this was before the Ontario Reign. They used to be the Long Beach Ice Dogs. Oh, excuse me. And I went to the game and they were fighting it out. And in one of the skirmishes, one of the hockey players kind of had his stick up a little too high, and he actually caught the. Actually, it wasn't even a fight. To get it back, they were in going back and forth, and on skating by one of the opposing team players, his stick was a little bit too high, and he actually sliced the opposing player in the neck, and he immediately went down, and all of a sudden the ice was red. So he sliced the guy's throat. I mean, and it looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
But from what I hear, he was okay. Took something like, I think they said he took something like 27 stitches or something or other.
Well, you are right. They are a Columbus affiliate.
Oh, okay. So, so if they call them up, they just don't have that far to travel. What do you mean? Is
What do you mean
hockey
it's hockey?
ice rink based ride games? Sometimes it is. Yes, sometimes it is.
You're right, big dog. I mean, the lesser the league, the more violence you're going to get because they're trying to get to the
Yeah,
top.
exactly.
More
Yep.
fights will break out. So, yeah, it's and and they play more serious hockey sometimes because they're trying to make their mark and get to the NHL. It's
Although I will say for national hockey, the NHL, I love the fact the way they let the guys fight. If they once they square off against each other, the refs just like pull out their little pad and they're just taking notes. I guess as far as punches go and stuff, and they let them keep fighting until one of them falls to the ground or to the ice, and then they break it up. And that's when
Are you?
after that that's when they assist the penalties. Yes, Norcat girl.
I was gonna say, are you sure they're taking notes on it, or are they just taking side bets?
Probably a little bit of both. But I just find it interesting that they let the guys fight, I guess to get the aggression out or whatever. And I always wondered, what if they let that happen in the other sports, where the refs just kind of stand aside and they'll assess the penalties after the fight's over.
well in football they still be fighting.
That's true.
I mean, we have to break that up. So, since we're talking about hockey, and you want to see a team that really went after, it's on Netflix. I don't know if you have Netflix or not,
Yes, I do.
But have you ever seen Untold Crimes and Penalties?
No. Ooh, what's that about?
It's about a hockey,
Yeah, really.
a minor league hockey team that actually that did all kinds of violence and stuff to get the fans in the seats, and it's a pretty good story. I
What's
mean,
it called again?
what were they called? The Thrashers, or because they were the owner was actually he owned a fleet of he owned a garbage company. So of course their mascot was a trash can, and so but they were all kinds of violence and other kinds of stuff going on. But I recommend it. Even
What's
if
it
you
called
don't
again?
what's it called again? It's called Untold Crimes and Penalties.
Untold Crimes and Penalties. Okay.
Yep.
You gotta watch that one. That one looks good.
Yeah, that sounds good.
But I've seen it a couple times. What was that team? But yeah, it was released in 21, but it's still on net. Of course, it's still on Netflix. But I like it. I've watched it a few times because it just tells this incredible story about this.
Is it based on a true story or just somebody's
Yeah, it's true. Untold Crimes.
Oh
and
wow.
Penalties. It is true. I mean, this dad
So-
buys his 19-year-old son a hockey team, minor league hockey team, because his son was playing hockey, but he got so injured in high school he couldn't play anymore. So he just bought him a team.
So it was kind of like a real life slapstick. The movie Slapstick. Remember that one?
What's that?
Do you remember that movie Slapstick, the one with Paul Newman back in the
Oh yeah. But I guess
late?
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
know if I remember. I mean, I've never seen it, but I know I saw Goon. But
that was just a comedy. Well, they were both comedies.
I don't think I've seen Slapstick. But it probably does sound like it. But this is true, and I'm just saying, you want to get a chance to watch that if you haven't watched it at all. It's even if you don't like hockey, it's fun to watch how these people got in trouble for this hockey team and how they did violence just to get people in the stands.
I could see that if minor league team doing something to get the fans in, and that would definitely do it when you're fighting all the time. But yes, Slapstick. It was Paul Newman, and it was in the same type of movies that was back in the late '70s, early '80s, like the one with Dr. J, the Fish at St. Philadelphia. Just kind of the stupid sports movies.
Right.
But Slapstick's iconic because it was Paul Newman. Of course, was a mega star back then. And everybody's like, he's doing a hockey movie, a comedy. Which wasn't something Paul Newman would do.
Yeah, that's true.
And of course, the movie got cult status because of the Hanson brothers, which were in the movie. Three brothers that loved to fight, and it's just comical.
So
okay, the
there's
Danbury Thrashers.
Yeah.
I kind of remember something about that.
Yeah, it does kind of look a little familiar.
Thrashers.
Yeah, well, you might have heard it. I mean, they were the bad. I mean, they would, instead of the Detroit Piston bad boys, this was the hockey bad boys. So, I mean,
I wrote it down, and I put that it's on Netflix. So I'm gonna after we get out sometime today, I'll add it.
I do recommend it. I mean, it is an interesting story, and it might have been could have been some the dad with some kind of organized crime stuff going on in that garbage.
No, that would never happen.
I mean, I never heard.
Not at all.
Maybe the real life Sopranos. I don't know, but
it's funny that you're saying that now because as soon as you said that the dad owned a trash truck company, I immediately
It went through your mind.
Yep.
Who wouldn't, right?
Yep.
I mean, The Sopranos was a hit for HBO and still popular. I mean, why wouldn't you think of that? I don't know if the series would have kept going if he would have bought his son a hockey team, but still,
I will give it to Netflix. Netflix does excellent documentaries.
They do.
Yeah. and or a series based off of some real news that happened, like I just finished watching the one about Dr. Death. I thought that was
Yeah.
a really good miniseries, and the documentary that went with it afterwards.
Well, the miniseries is on Peacock.
Was it Peacock that I watched it on? Okay, that's the one with Joshua Jackson, right?
Yeah, that was Peacock.
Okay, so that's Peacock. Okay,
Yes,
that was really well done.
But you're right. I think the documentary was on Netflix with the real doctor, and then
Yeah.
Peacock did the certain mini series about it because it had Joshua and
Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin and the other guy that was on.
Yeah, Christian Slater.
Yeah, Christian Slater. So I mean, those three alone are worth watching. But
Oh yeah.
and I'm a fan of Joshua Jackson anyway, ever since his Dawson Creek days.
See, I became a fan of his with Fringe.
Well, yeah, I watched Fringe too, but I was aware of his work on Dawson Creek.
Oh, see, I didn't. Yeah.
How that happened, but I just did. And then when
It's
Fringe hit, it was
No, it's okay. It's okay, Marty. No judgment. No judgment on Dawson's Creek. It's okay.
I'm gonna kick
It's the
somebody.
lovable, gentler side of Almighty.
Yeah. Anyway, but after watching all of Dawson's Creek, it was the ending was who was the blonde girl, the neighbor girl for Dawson? Who was that?
I never watched the show. I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask. Wasn't Tom Cruise's ex in it?
I don't know.
Katie something?
No, it's not his ex-wife.
Yeah, ex-wife.
And mother of his child.
Yes. She didn't get sucked into the Scientology thing.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but she got out.
Yeah.
So I don't know. So let's see. Yeah, Jennifer Lindsay. But anyway, when it comes down to they finally end it. So what it comes down to is Jen dies and everyone lives happily ever after. That character Jen, she dies on the last. She dies, and everybody's happy after that. It's like, oh, all the drama's gone. They're just, oh, okay. It's like,
It was all her fault.
that's it in a nutshell. I mean, it's really. I mean, it's sad that she died, but still, it seemed like to be the nut. If you want to at least have a sentence that would tell you about that show, that's what it is. Is she dies and everyone lives happily after.
God, I've got people in my life just like that.
Or do you really?
Yes.
But anyway, you don't want to get off track with Dawson's Creek, because I'm sure that Big Dog could go hours on it, and we don't want to do that.
Oh yeah.
I know. I watched a lot of crap on the CW that I probably shouldn't have watched.
Oh, we all did.
I did.
We all did.
I did anyway.
Hey, but the CW gave us Buffy the Vampire Slayer, so can't all be bad.
Yeah, you did, but barely. It was WB and then the CW, and then it ended. No, actually, it was UPN.
Hey,
Was it Buffy UPN or was it WB?
I thought it was
it's
WB.
WB.
No,
It's
it was
WB.
It was WB, and then last season UPN bought it and then canceled it.
Oh, that's right. And then they did season 8. Yeah, because it went 7 seasons, and then season 8 continued, but in the comics.
In the comic book, yeah, because then we were doing the comic book. Well, he was helping doing the comic book. But you're right. I mean, it. But yeah, that was weird. They spent all this money for it, UPN, and then canceled it after 1 year, and then they had to force an ending. I mean, that ending was not supposed to happen that way, but it did.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, thank you.
Cape Side, Massachusetts.
And it was filmed in South Carolina. So.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, it was filmed in South Carolina.
Wow, I'm surprised with that one. I didn't think Gig would be a Buffy fan.
What?
I get the impression she probably was.
I watched Buffy. I'll admit.
I watched it. Oh, I had my 3 girls, so they loved it.
Yeah, it was a great. It was a. It's one of the better series that WB was putting out at the time.
Yeah.
And very, very popular. And it moved on. I mean, it was weird, but you gotta understand he did have that spinoff Angel. So, and I liked
Yes.
Angel too,
Yep.
even though it
And
was
and
kind of stupid, but it's the way it goes.
and I will say, David Boreanaz has had one hell of a television career.
Yeah,
It's of course
Tell
started
me
with
about it.
Buffy. Started with Buffy, went to Angel. He did what, five seasons with Angel,
right,
and then did 12 seasons of Bones,
right.
and then now he's doing what is it, Navy SEALs or something like that. I'm
Yeah,
not sure
Yeah,
if it's still on.
I think we're there in their they're in their seventh season. I
I
think
don't
this
Yeah.
will
I
be the
don't
last
think he's had
season.
any. I don't think he's had any time off.
He
No, if
hasn't.
anything, it's been like one season,
Yeah,
in between.
right. You're right, but that
The
dude,
only downtime he's had, he's actually made comments to this. The only downtime that he's had was during COVID, when everybody was kind of forced to
well, I mean,
downtime.
Yeah,
what I mean is that he had no time off between his projects.
between series, yeah.
Everybody had time off during COVID. I mean,
He seems like a really cool guy. I caught him at a panel at San Diego Comic-Con. They were doing a thing on Bones, and he was there. And he seems like a really cool guy. He seems like a guy you want to have a beer with, you know?
Yeah, his daughter rides equestrian, and she's
yeah.
a
Oh, really?
wonderful champion. She's done some great
Oh.
work.
But if you have if you have a beer with him, make sure you have garlic around your neck. But yeah, you're right. He's had quite the career. I mean, especially since he started on a lesser network like WB. But
Yeah.
he really, of all the cast members that were on that show, he's the only one that's actually moved on. Really moved himself up.
Yeah, consistently working all the time, yeah.
I mean, yeah, Buffy had some movies, but that didn't. I mean, he's only had a handful of those. But
Yeah, she's just a happy mom now.
yeah, that's true. That's true. But well,
Maybe we should segue back into sports.
I take that back because Willow had a quite had a series there.
Oh, true. Yeah, How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, she did. She's had a couple things going on. What sports? What are you talking about there, Nerdcast Sports?
All right.
I
We'll go
said
back to
sports.
sports.
What kind of show do you think this? Oh, yeah, it's a sports show, isn't it?
Yes.
We always go on,
So,
and you know that this is par for the course. Anyone that listens to this show knows that eventually we are going to go off, and sometimes they like what we're talking about because we just don't.
Okay, blame me for being the responsible grown up here.
I know.
Okay.
You're right. Well, should we move to the
NFL.
the draft that started on
Yes.
Tuesday?
And it's still going. I think they're in the fourth
Yep.
round right now?
Yeah, so it'll end tomorrow. Remember when the draft was just 2 days and no one cared?
Yep.
Yep.
So, of course, all the speculation was finally over. The Bears picked, of course, Caleb Williams from USC as their quarterback.
Right.
Of course, the biggest question is, how's he going to do in his rookie season? He right now he's all talk. I mean, this guy's talking like he's the next Tom Brady, and he hasn't even stepped foot, on a football field yet. We'll see though.
I think that's directed at you.
Yeah, I think it is. Love you too, anime girl.
But you're right. I mean, they did take it, and that's been no secret of anybody's. So
Yeah. So we'll go the top 10 picks. So, of course, as I said, the Bears took Caleb Williams. The Washington Commanders took Jaden Daniels, quarterback from LSU. The Patriots took Drake May, quarterback from North Carolina. The Cardinals took Marvin Harrison Jr., wide receiver from Ohio State. or as people from Ohio like to say, the Ohio State.
Yeah, the Ohio State. Yeah,
I never understood that, but okay.
I don't know either, but remember a few years ago they tried to copyright the. They wanted it part. You know, they
Oh,
wanted it,
really?
they did. They wanted to copyright the Z or trademark it, and they got refused. They kept thinking,
Yeah.
how the hell do you trademark the or the, because it's the most common word in the language. How the hell do you do
Yep.
it?
Exactly. Um, at 5 gigs, Los Angeles Chargers took Joe Alt. Let's see, a tight end?
Yep.
No.
No, it's not
Yeah.
tackle.
Tackle. That's right. T. I couldn't figure out what the T was. Brain fart there. The Giants took Malik Neighbors at number 6, a wide receiver from LSU. The Tennessee Titans took J.C. Latham, a tackle from Alabama. The Falcons took Michael Penix Jr., quarterback from Washington. The Bears had the number 9 pick and took Rome Dunze, a wide receiver from Washington. And the number 10 pick, the Minnesota Vikings, via the New York Jets, took J.J. McCarthy, a quarterback from Michigan. I remember reading somewhere that this was the first time that the first, I think, 12 picks or something like that, something like 7 were quarterbacks. This is like the most quarterbacks taken in the first round.
Right. Well, since you didn't go to 12. The Broncos took Bo Nix from Oregon.
Yes. And then at number 13, my Los Angeles Raiders. Oh my God, Los Angeles. My Las Vegas Raiders. That's a Freudian slip there, man. The Las Vegas Raiders took Brock Bowers, tight end from Georgia. According to ESPN, he was the number 1 tight end to be taken. So hopefully, finally, the Raiders get a good pick. Their picks have not been that great.
It's because they're
I
not
was
that
actually
great.
surprised that we didn't take a quarterback, since we only have 1 quarterback on the team right now.
Yeah.
So,
but
I think they took a quarterback in the 2nd or 3rd round. So, but the draft seemed to go pretty much the way everyone was thinking. What did you guys think about the draft?
there were no surprises. And well, since we're going anyway, I remember a few years ago I was telling you the Raiders found their tight end. I guess not. But the guy they took he's big and huge, like he would have been like for
Yeah.
like what's his name for Kansas City? Can't remember his name right. God, what is the guy?
Oh, Kelsey?
Kelsey,
Travis Kelsey?
and the
Travis
one
Kelsey?
before that, and the one before that. The one
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name. Yeah.
the big guy.
Yeah.
But then again, I didn't tell you he had back problems, so maybe those back problems never kept him from playing.
I mean, if we could find another Todd Christensen, and what he did for the Raiders back in the day. I mean, if we can get someone like that.
You're going back a ways.
Oh yeah.
So do you like this guy then, Big Dog?
I mean, I'm not a college guy, so I really couldn't say, how he played in college other than what I read. But the fact that he on all the different polls and so on and so forth, AP and ESPN and Sports Illustrated and all those other ones, this guy was the number 1 tight end to be coming out of college.
Well, I guess the question is, do you agree that they took a tight end at that spot? Do you see a bigger need than tight end that they could have?
I thought a bigger need would have been a quarterback. Like I said, since we only have the 1.
You're right.
But at the same time, whatever quarterback we have needs to be able to throw it to somebody. So
true. So I'm going to go back. Here's something I am going to go back to the 2nd pick.
Okay.
I mean, the 2nd pick, where the Commanders took Jaden Daniels, a quarterback. And I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if the Commanders make some noise this upcoming season. With all the free agent signings they did, and now drafting a quarterback that, I mean, they don't always pan out, but at least they drafted one. And I'm just saying, it seems like I think we talked about it before that the Commanders have been making a lot of noise this
Yes, they
off.
have. They're making a lot of moves, a lot of noise. They are looking to have a good showing this coming season.
Now I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, maybe they'll. I'm just saying they'll be in. Like, they may be in the race. I don't know if they'll make the playoffs, but they may be competitive this year and even get ahead of the Giants. You know.
So so Jaden Daniels, they said last season he was the most accurate passer in the NCAA on throws of 20 yards in the air or more, completing 66.7% with 22 touchdowns. And he also can run. That he ran for 1,134 yards last season, and he was second among quarterbacks with 20 gains of 20 yards or more. So it looks like they got a winner.
Let's hope so. But I'm just saying this new ownership is not playing around. It seems like it.
Yeah.
They're and so we'll see. But I'm just saying I think the Commanders will make some noise. Maybe they're the Cinderella team coming up this season. We don't know. And Gig agrees with me, so it must be true. So,
I think you both have wishful thinking.
oh my gosh. Well, since I don't care about what happens in the NFC East, I don't care if the Commanders do in that division. I really don't care. I mean, if they win it, great. I mean, I know that will disappoint Anime Girl if the Commodes go ahead of the Cowboys, but that's just the way it goes. But
and the Cowboys are probably not happy about the fact that that the Commanders are making such a big noise. Right now they've only been really having to worry about the Eagles the last 3-4 seasons. It's them and the Eagles. It seems like it every single year.
yeah.
So you throw a team that's actually trying to improve themselves in the Commanders. That's not going to make Dallas happy,
Well,
especially since Dallas did nothing in the trade.
exactly. I thought that's what I was going to
That
say.
was weird. That was really weird to me that they didn't.
So they stayed pat during the free agency and everything. So if the Commodes compete and pass them, well, that's their own fault.
Yeah.
They had, they didn't want to keep anybody. Let them all go. Well, not only didn't they sign anybody, they let them all go.
Yeah, they lost like 4 or 5 players to free agency. Yep.
Yeah. They didn't. It's like, well, whatever happens to Dallas this year, they deserve, except for winning the division. If that happens, they don't deserve it. But I'm just saying, if they have a very stinky season, well, that's on them.
And then there's rumors that Zeke might be coming back since he did his 1-year stint with the Patriots. I guess someone asked him because there was a rumor going around with Dallas that he might be coming back to the Cowboys, and they asked him about it, and he says he would be open to discussions to return to the Cowboys.
Well, when
I think I did hear something about that.
Well, when you have no team and no money, yeah, you're going to listen to anyone. Well, someone's actually going to contact my agent. I better go listen. Because remember, the era of the running back is slowly slipping away, which is funny. Not funny, but like the teams in the North, like the Steelers and everything, they've signed tackles so they can run the ball.
Yeah.
It's like the North is the only division, AFC North is the only division left that wants to run that ball up. But you've also got to run it too. I mean, even the 49ers say you have to run the ball and pass just to set up the pass still. I mean, you just can't pass.
Of course. Oh, yeah.
So you need a McCaffrey like San Francisco so he can go get you 12 yards and next time you throw the big bomberooski. So, but in a way, though, the North wants to, pound the ball first. They want to pound, 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 and then throw the ball. I mean, it's like they're the throwbacks to, you know what, we're going to run the ball on first down and get our 9 yards in a cloud of dust and go from there. And
Yeah.
plus, you got to realize, I mean, the Steelers, by signing 2 quarterbacks, and I don't care what you say about them, I mean, what's his name? Fields might not have done well in Chicago, and the other guy from Denver, Gig's favorite quarterback, I can't remember his name. Wilson.
Russell Wilson. Yeah.
I think that if anybody can get anything out of him, it's going to be the Steelers coaching staff.
I agree.
I believe that. You got to remember, this is the first time the Steelers have given up on players and replaced them. Because you know how the Steelers were always, well, we're loyal to our players. We'll keep them. But they completely cleaned house at quarterback and signed these 2 free agents at dirt prices. And I don't know. I know you're giving me some kind of similar gig, but I still think that, if anybody can get anything out of these quarterbacks, because Wilson didn't have a bad year, despite what the Broncos did. He still did not have a bad season. But I'm just saying, if anyone can turn these guys around and get something out of them, it will be that Steelers coaching staff. Tomlin.
Did you guys not have a first round pick?
We're still paying for Deshaun Watson. What the?
Oh, sorry about that. I forgot.
You bring that up? I'm trying to get away from that, but no, we're gonna get.
He keeps having nightmares about that.
I'm talking about all these other teams because we didn't have a first round nothing. We had the 54th pick, and we did pick a nice tackle.
Okay.
So we did, because we do need younger tackles and offensive linemen, because ours are starting to get up there in age, which means we still want to be able to protect the quarterback and run that ball. We don't know how Chubb's going to do when he's coming back with that knee and whatever injury he had last season, but we still have other backs that we can use, and so we don't know. And I think Cincinnati did some offensive line crap too. I mean, Cincinnati showed their weakness last year. They didn't compete for much. They really fumbled. They floundered around last year. And I think the Browns also picked a defensive tackle with the next pick in the 2nd or 3rd round, which looked like a pretty good quick pick for someone like that. And then the Ravens, well, they do what the Ravens do. They pick crap, whatever they pick. They pick some decent players to do whatever. And I thought you went top 12, and then you included the Raiders. The Patriots did draft their quarterback.
Yeah, I saw that.
So
I don't like the Patriots. So.
Well, I'm just saying.
No, I know.
I'm just saying the last quarterback that they got, that was the stud, they picked in the 6th round. So I don't understand why they think picking in the 1st round is going to help them any.
Yeah, that was a
no-brainer anyway. They were going to pick a quarterback with that pick no matter what, and so. But it seemed like a lot of teams did not really fail. I mean, didn't get an F with their draft, I mean.
Yeah, it seems like everybody did pretty well, or at least got a C on their drafting. I see the Chiefs at 28. I guess they felt they felt they didn't have enough receivers for Mahomes to throw to, so they picked up Xavier Worthy, wide receiver from Texas.
And
who evidently is super fast. He ran a 4.21 in the 40 at the combine.
That's what I was going to say. He's super fast. So they're hoping he'll take what's his name's place.
Rashid Rice.
Oh, the other guy that they got that went to Miami.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
And maybe Rashid Rice too. I mean, maybe both. He may have to do that because, who knows. Where are we at? Who did the Chargers pick to make Gig happy?
Chargers were in top 10. Let's see.
Were they? They weren't in the
Yeah,
top.
because I remember I mentioned them. See, Denver Broncos, Jets,
Oh, Joe Alt,
Vikings.
that offensive tackle.
Oh, okay.
So, what do you think about that pick? Did they need a tackle? I guess to run the ball a little bit and protect their quarterback. What's his name? So Halen or Haley or whatever. I don't know. Plus, I mean, now we've got Harbaugh making the pick, so that makes a difference too.
Well, it's saying here that he'll Alt will presumably start at right tackle opposite the Chargers Pro Bowl tackle Rashawn Slater, giving
Yeah.
the team a pairing that could be one of the league's best.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I was reading, and they wouldn't give his first name, and it'll say Alt. And I was trying to remember what's the next key? What command? I'm looking for a computer. I'm looking for something.
after that, it's delete because it's Control Alt Delete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kept thinking, Alt what? I mean, okay, what? I mean, I got a lot of commands that Alt something or another. But yeah. So, but anyway, so I hope that Giggs. I mean, I don't know how much, but I hope Giggs happy with an offensive tackle that they've taken. But and we knew that talking about the Cardinals taking Harrison Jr. and he's a fast guy, but he did get hurt last year. He didn't finish the season because he injured his knee. So I was kind of surprised, but he didn't. It seemed like it didn't cost him anything. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't. So I mean, they're still staying with their quarterback. Now that he has the fast receiver, we'll see how that works out. The Cardinals have been trying to get their ship righted for a few years too.
And I don't know it. He's of course his dad was Hall of Famer. Marvin Harrison Sr.
Right.
I always have trouble. Not trouble. I'm always very cautious when they draft someone's kid because
Yeah.
usually the father only played so and then the kid's great. But if the father was great, then the kid's usually only so.
Right.
Very few instances, do you have both of them being great? So
you're right.
Just like look at Kobe. His dad, played for the Lakers, but he was a bench guy, middle of the bench.
Right.
Played okay, and of course Kobe was Kobe.
Yeah,
but for the most part, it's usually one or the other.
Blew it up on the field though. I mean, he played
for
the Ohio State, so I've seen him play. I mean, he blows it up. I've seen him. I mean, he's not. He's playing, starting for a top. Well, I guess a Big Ten team and a good Big Ten team. So, I mean, still, you don't know how it's going to translate into NFL numbers, but he seems to have the pedigree to continue, and we'll see.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it says here on the ESPN one. That he has the skill set and the pedigree to make an instant impact with Arizona. So he could be one of those guys that the father and the son are great.
But then again, he's playing for the Cardinals, so we'll have to see how that works out. And I keep forgetting that. Yeah, you said top 10. I don't know. I keep forgetting that Patriots picked number 3. I'm not used to them picking number 3, and that's when they got that Drake May guy. So
yeah, North Carolina.
Well, he's got the height at 6'4", and 223. So so it still doesn't mean much, But hopefully they found their guy. I mean, I know you're not a big fan of the Patriots. But...
No, I just do it just because my son-in-law is a diehard Patriots fan.
Diehard Patriots fan. I just give them the respect that they deserve.
Oh, so do I. I mean, yeah.
I mean, all this bad stuff that they did, I just keep thinking, well, everybody else did it too. They just got caught.
Yeah, they just got caught.
They just got cut. But the dumbest thing that ever happened with the Patriots, that stupid Deflate gate. Like, what? The football,
Oh, that was horrible.
the football only weighs so much. Oh, we're going to let out 0.0002 ounces of air. Oh, that made such a difference in his throw. It's like, well, give me a break. Because we all know anyone that's throwing a football, if you deflate that thing too much, it's just gonna blah 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 blah. It's gonna be like blah blah blah. It's not gonna you're not gonna spiral.
Like throwing a marshmallow.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it gets heavier.
and it gets and it's just you can't get anyone that has thrown a football that is really deflated, you're not gonna get jack out of it. So I thought deflate gate. Oh my god, that was what a waste of airtime, But
Yeah.
then
It had to have been a slow news week.
Oh, now you have people that keep switching the balls in and out, checking them to make sure they're the same way. It's
Oh,
like,
I know.
It's like, really? You hired some asshole to do that? I want that job. Yeah.
And he probably gets paid about $75,000 a year to do that too.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
I mean, you want me to sit there and do that? Yeah, I'll do it. Yep, correct. Yep, correct. Yep, correct. Just get one of those things.
Yeah, really, give me that job.
Get one of those air checkers that you get for your tire and just keep boom, boom, right there. Yeah. I actually got one in my truck, so I can bring my own tools.
There you go.
Here I am. But
now,
that was the dumbest one.
You brought up with the height of this quarterback. Do you think Caleb Williams is a little bit on the short side for the Bears? Because I believe he's only 6'1".
See,
I mean, it's a decent height, but usually quarterbacks, are 6'3", 6'4", 6'5".
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
But when you had quarterbacks for the Saints, that was 5'11" or whatever. I can't remember.
Yep.
What was his name? I can't remember his name.
I can picture him perfectly too.
David Rivers?
No, for the Saints.
No.
Before. The one that went to the.
Oh. Shit. I know who you're talking about. He just retired too.
Yeah, you're talking. But
I know who you're talking about.
But
God damn it.
But he was on the short. For a quarterback, he was on the short side. I think he was under 6 foot. Right?
True.
He was under 6 foot, yeah.
I can't remember. I don't know why I can't remember his name. Because they did win a Super Bowl with him too, and gosh dang it, that's gonna bug me for quarterback. But who was that fucker? Where the hell is he? Why are you doing that to me for? Drew Brees. So
yeah, Drew Brees. There you go.
Yep.
Drew Brees. What was? He was not the tallest. I mean, remember, we always keep hearing these things about how Drew Brees overcame all this crap, right? I mean, he couldn't do this. He couldn't do this.
It says here he was 6 feet.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He was 6. I thought he was under it.
6 feet, 209 pounds.
Maybe he sat still on his toes.
I believe they measured him when he was wearing his cleats.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess he wasn't as short as I thought, but
there have been short quarterbacks. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
But still, but if you're 6 foot and you're playing quarterback, that is not bad. I mean, come on. I mean, sure, you want your quarterback to be as tall as the Bills, their quarterback, or the one. You want them over 6 foot to look over the offensive line and all these linemen and they can find the lanes to throw into. So
yeah, it seems like the prototype or the perfect height for a quarterback is about 6'4", is what everybody seems to want.
That's true. You're right. They all want that 6'4" guy, but
just so they still have the arm strength, but they can still see over the line for the most part.
Right. But I guess because I keep thinking when you say short quarterback, I keep thinking of Pat Hayden for the Rams back in the 80s or whatever.
See, and when I say short quarterback, I think Doug Flutie right off the bat.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But he won. So,
yes.
I mean, that proves that proves that height because what sucked was when Kelly was
That proves that size doesn't matter.
if you can use it, it doesn't matter. It depends how you use it, right, NorCal girl?
Yeah, the quarterback,
Most
right?
definitely.
So,
Most definitely.
but there was that season when Kelly got hurt and Flutie took the Bills to the playoffs and he was
Yeah.
hot. They were winning. And Kelly got healthy and the owner, well, no, the GM was forcing, no, let Kelly play. But no, Flutie's hot. No, let Kelly play. So Kelly played and they lose. But
Yeah.
Flutie had the hot hand, and he had the hot, and I guess he doesn't know about superstition in sports where you go with the hot hand. So
Hell yeah, you do.
because
Keep
remember,
going with the hot hand until they start missing.
and that's when they started Flutie Flakes to help with the a charity he was working with. So yeah, I remember Flutie Flakes because it made the news, but there was
I
Flutie.
kind of remember that.
I do too.
But you're right. I guess I don't know why I didn't think of Doug Flutie either because he wasn't the tallest guy out there.
I think it was what 5'8", 5'9".
Let's see, Doug Flutie. Let's see, Doug Flutie. Doug Flutie height. Well, that's a nice one. 5'10".
Yeah, okay.
I'm still not super short, but still.
Well, no, not in the regular world, but for football, yeah. Especially if you're a quarterback, yeah.
Well, so was Kyler Murray. He's
How tall was
5'10".
he? 5'10". Okay.
Yeah, that came up too. But yeah, I thought he was shorter than 5'10". But gosh, he's 61. Oh, God.
Who's 61? Flutie?
He's 61. I thought he was
Oh,
still,
man.
still in his 20s, but I guess.
Man, I feel old.
Yeah, I know. I remember watching him play, and you're like 61. No way, that's not right. Google's wrong. But I remember that.
We're all still only in our 30s, right?
Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with
Well,
that.
mentally, some of us are in our teens still, but
Yeah, I know that one.
That's neither here nor there.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah. I have to make sure everyone knows that this is a Moeller's jersey, not a Steelers jersey.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
I was thinking it might be a Steelers jersey, but I was like, nah, he would not put on a Steelers jersey.
It's a USFL jersey that my daughter bought me. So
that was nice of her.
Yep. But now that I'm not on a team anymore, so I'm wearing a jersey of a defunct USFL team. So that's all right.
So there's a new rule, and I think it's stupid. I think they're going to look stupid.
What new rule for who?
This was what's the 27th?
Yeah.
Okay, so this came down yesterday. They're just trying to make this a flag football game. So the NFL has adjusted its rules to allow players the option of using the Guardian caps in regular season games to enhance their protection against head injuries. The league has confirmed on Friday. The padded headgear was mandated for players at certain positions during training camp in 2022 and 2023. Speaking earlier this year, NFL Executive Vice President Jeff Miller said that Guardian caps have contributed to nearly 50% reduction in concussions for those position groups that wore them during the time periods in those years. In the statement, they said, we now have 2 years of data showing significant concussion reductions among players who wear Guardian caps during practice. So players will be permitted to wear the cap during the games this upcoming season. Additionally, there are new helmets this year that provide as much, if not more, protection than a different helmet model paired with the Guardian cap. These developments represent substantial progress in our efforts to make the game safer for players.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was going to bring up. That's
there's the Guardian caps.
And they're stupid looking.
Yes, it looks like marshmallows on your head.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're going to allow these guys to wear these.
Under
What
the
do you
helmet.
think
Yeah.
there?
Under the helmet, then.
No, it goes over the helmet.
No,
Oh,
that's what it's going to look like, and it's supposed to be painted in different teams' colors.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Are you shit? Are you?
Yeah.
No.
No, I'm just thinking. Well, they have to be different because they'll have to be able to show the team's logo. On the
Yeah. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to do color schemes and such, and put the logo on it. But I don't remember reading anywhere these last 4 or 5 years that there was a significant amount of concussions in the preseason.
They don't
So,
I hadn't heard it had gone up.
They don't hit
oh, you heard
nobody
it?
preseason.
I'm sorry.
They don't hit anybody. I mean, how can they?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. They might.
So
They, I don't know. It reminds me too much of a biking helmet. So.
Yeah.
if there were 4 concussions in the preseason, now there's only 2. So now they're calling that a significant reduction. So that's 50%. Come on.
When was this passed?
Yesterday.
Yeah, it came down yesterday.
They've been using these protection helmets in 2022 and 2023 during preseason and preseason practices.
So there was an owners meeting yesterday.
It said that they got. Let me see. Says the NFL adjusted its rules to allow players. So this was what's his face doing the I guess changing the rule on the NFL level, not having to talk to the owners. I guess.
Yeah, and I love how
it was Roger Goodell.
Yeah, and I love how they said that teams could opt out of it if they were using the new helmets that are supposed to be supposedly better than this.
Yeah, there's like three different new helmets or something or other.
Something like that, yeah.
Wow.
So it's like, okay, when the teams roll out, are we going to be having, one team with this particular thing on versus one team with a different type helmet on? It's ridiculous.
And you'll also have players that don't want to use it at all because this is an optional thing.
Yeah.
So this kind of harkens back to the day of hockey in the 80s when they started mandating that they wore helmets. And remember, there was a lot of players that did not want to wear a helmet.
Yeah, I remember that.
Well, wasn't that the same thing too with hockey when they were trying to instigate them wearing those helmets?
Yeah, exactly. Because I remember Gordie Howe, I believe, was one of the last people to have to wear a helmet because he just he was completely old school and was like, we don't need no helmets.
Yeah.
We don't need no sticking helmets.
Yeah.
The only one I remember wearing a helmet was Gehrig. Not Gehrig, but what's his name? You know what I mean. The greatest hockey player ever.
Gretzky.
Yeah, Gretzky always wore a helmet.
Wayne Gretzky.
That's why he lasted so long. He said, helmet, fuck yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll wear one. I don't care.
And also he was protected. I mean, he never got hurt. I mean, if you even looked at Gretzky the wrong way, those enforcers would take care of you.
That's true. Back when you had enforcers, yeah.
Yeah, because Gretzky was a golden goose no matter where he was.
Yeah. You're right. And that's just crazy. I mean, look how
this Guardian cap.
Well, you remember, Big Dog, when a player would come out on the field, they'd have the helmet, they had the neck brace, they had these things all up and down their arms.
Yeah.
They looked like they were, well armored. And now you don't have any of that crap anymore. They don't allow people to wear things on their gloves on their hands and have it all taped up and all that crap.
Yeah, that's true. The only thing they still allow is that back brace helmet thing that comes out of your shoulder pads.
Yeah.
When you're having like neck problems, you can have that on. I've seen that still, but that hardly ever happens anymore.
Well, I but you'll have to wait. Well, we'll just have to wait until the season starts to see how many players adopt to wear the bicycle helmet.
God, it looks. It reminds me
Stupid.
of like those It reminds me of like those cartoons or sci-fi movies where if you're gonna get hit in the head, all of a sudden it's like an airbag goes off. It's
Oh
just
yeah,
like pop.
yeah.
It actually truly
That's what this
reminded me.
looks like.
You know, some of these Japanese shows that you watch that are
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the sports stuff or the funny stuff. That kind
yep,
of is what it reminded me of.
Yeah.
yeah.
It was just like so extremely stupid. It was meant there to make you laugh.
Now I will say that
Okay.
it kind of I don't mind. I mean, I don't think it's great, but I can see a running back wearing one since they're allowed to use their helmet to plow into people. They're the only ones that can use their helmet, to do helmet to helmet hits are running backs.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
And in looking at this, oh, well, hold on, sorry.
you need to, yeah, okay.
In looking at it, if this becomes a regular thing, I can see them putting small cameras on there so you can get a player's view of what's happening in real time.
Isn't that a lacrosse helmet?
It, man, I don't know. I am just so disappointed in football.
Oh my gosh. But there
They're
won't be
making,
any data on. You can't just use 2 years of data to say it was. I mean, my God, these things take years of study, and plus, it's going to take even longer to get data on the CTE or the CET that you can only study
CTE.
when they're dead. What was that?
Yeah, the CTE. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to get any data on that for decades. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. No, it's the NFL, and they've been trying to do this stuff, and you can't hit anybody hard anymore. You can't put your full weight on the quarterback. That used to be they'd come down on these quarterbacks and put their
I
full
remember
weight
that.
on them, and they just let the quarterback go, oh, yeah, he carted off. Next thing you know, he's carted off. But not
Yep.
anymore. Not
When
anymore.
you wanted to take a quarterback out, you brought in Big Bubba to
Yeah,
fall on them.
you brought in somebody big. That's true.
But the fact that they're doing this and like you said, you can't hit a guy high, you can't hit a guy low. Now you can't hit a guy in the middle because you can't do the hip tackle anymore.
Well, you can hit him in the middle. You just can't bring them down where you're landing on their leg to break. I mean, I can see what they're saying because they show an example of it. Because you tackle him, but your body weight is going down on his ankle, so your body weight is actually what's causing the injury. But
True,
but
true, but
I know what you're
go
saying. But
ahead.
a proper tackle is to hit him. Well, you put your head between
Yeah,
the body and you pick your shoulder and you knock him to the ground. You don't pick him up or do that little move. That's how you tackle. These players have to learn to tackle the old way again instead of trying to make up this hip tackle that injured people. But it's a rule now. I mean, there's nothing, and plus this rule's not gonna be called until later on in the week when they have time to watch it because they think that because when refs aren't going to be able to see it in real time. So you might be sitting in your locker one day and you get a fine check in your locker because they
that's true.
caught you. They caught you. So it's not a. I mean, I know it's supposed to be 15 yards, but it doesn't mean it's always going to be caught. And the thing is, you can't get away with it now because they're going to be the camera in the sky is going to be fining you. So it is a different kind of game, and it's going to be interesting to watch. I mean, we got all kinds of things. You got that new helmet you're talking about. We got the hip, whatever tackle is gone, and then we got the new kickoff coming.
That's going to be a
Uh,
joke.
yeah, I was gonna say, please don't remind me of that one.
That's going to be an effing joke.
We'll see. Well, I like the fact that someone's going to be able to run the ball back.
Yes.
So we'll see how it works out. I mean, if there's too many run backs for a touchdown, well, then no. I mean, we can't go from one extreme to the other where every game there's going to be a run back, because there are records that should be protected.
And,
So,
and it's so funny because just a couple of seasons ago, they were complaining that there were too many injuries from run backs. So, and that's why they were allowing it to be kicked into the end zone and into the field goal. And so, the fair catch and so on and so forth. And now they're like, oh, well, it's boring. So we need some scoring. So we're going to allow the run back now.
we're not going to have the full run. Throw the running back. You got to stand there and wait for him to catch it. So
Yes.
you're not going to get the full speed and have this impact at full head-on speed by both players. So it's going to be interesting, and let's see how it goes. And if there's any corrections that need to be made, that they make them in the off season. This may be one of those ongoing.
Oh, definitely.
Rules.
Most definitely.
But then again, watching the ball go into the end zone every play was boring too. I mean, okay, whatever. It's like I told you. Kickoff. I mean, that means I have extra time to get a snack or go take a piss. Because
yeah, because you knew the kickoff was going into the end zone, and they had to go to commercial, and then they would come back.
Yeah, so you had extra time to do all your maintenance or whatever you want to do. But so it's we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I know and the big part is going to be how fans react to it during the season. How the NFL goes with it too. It's going to be another big factor. And
oh yeah, but if there are some run backs for touchdowns or significant yardage, the fans will enjoy it. Then they'll accept it.
Yeah, but I still like that there's a way for if the kicker kicks it inbounds and it bounces into the end zone, it comes to the 20.
Yeah.
So I'm going to wait and see. I want to wait and see how long it takes for kickers to master that.
See how long it takes the kickers to become Ray Guy?
Yep. And see, I mean, I don't expect to see that much this year, but there has to be a time when kickers are going to be able, like everything else, to master their craft.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So we'll see.
We'll start seeing some accuracy towards the end of this season and definitely next season.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. I mean, I don't care if it goes to the end zone and comes out to the 20 if the kicker is that accurate. Yeah. But a lot of the times it's still going to be run back. I mean, let's just face it. Not every kicker is going to be able to do that, but those kickers will be in high demand. I mean, so yeah. So, and some were even saying that anybody can kick the ball off now because it doesn't have to need the accuracy. You just got to go up, come down inside the 20, and someone take off.
Yep.
Some were even saying you don't need a kicker anymore. I mean, you need a field goal kicker, but you don't need someone to kick the ball off all the time. But
and don't forget offside kicks. You have to let the other team know that you're going to do it.
Yep.
I hate that. That takes away a big part of the chess game.
It does. But I mean, but still, there are times in the game when you expect a onside kick anyway. They're down and they're going to kick it off, but it takes away from the team that says, you know what, let's do it after halftime. Our kickoff will be an onside kick. They won't expect it. We'll grab it and give us the ball back. So I mean, that does take away from what you're saying, that chess game. So to make them aware of it, and yeah, I don't like that part of it either. I think that's the worst part of that rule. What about you, NorCal girl?
Oh, no, I agree with you totally. But you just might as well tell everybody what our plays are.
Yeah. Before long, you're going to have to say, tell them where you're going to pass the ball to so no one gets hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, it's takes away from the chess match, like the big dog said. I agree with that. So,
and in other news yesterday, Goodell was on the Pat McAfee show, and he says that they are talking about in the very near future the possibility of an 18-game regular season, which would, with it being 18 games, that would push the Super Bowl to be happening during President's Day weekend.
Big weekend.
And of course, they want a significant increase in international games. So they would go from a 17 game, 3 preseason games for a total of 20, to 18 regular season and 2 preseason games. So it still says 20, but now it's going 18. Goodell said that I think we're good at 17 right now, but listen, we're looking at how we continue. I'm not a fan of the preseason, and I don't think these guys I like it either. Meaning the players. The reality is, I'd rather replace a preseason game with a regular season game any day. It's just picking quality. That's just picking quality. If we get to 18-2, that's not an unreasonable thing. He said, in addition to the regular season game, it could theoretically result in a second bye week being added, which would lengthen the regular season. But Goodell said he would welcome that and envision a President's Day weekend built around the Super Bowl on Sunday night. He goes, then you have Monday off. Well, of course you do, idiot. There's nothing happening after the Super Bowl.
Not
That's
everyone.
stupid.
That's a government holiday. Not everyone has that day off, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we knew that was coming.
Oh, definitely. We all talked about it as soon as it went to 17. Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as for some reason, when the league agreed to 17 games, I'm thinking, okay, one step at a time then, right? And that's what's happening now. They want to go to that 18. And now you're going to have an extra bye week, which needs to happen at 18 games. You are pushing endurance to a limit that is beyond humankind. I mean, my God, going 1 week off and then just 18 and just look, a big dog.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot more injuries.
Big dog's not a big dog's.
They play once a week.
Yeah, you play once a week, big dog, and come back and talk to me. I don't care. But if there's an extra, but it's like we've talked about before, the NFL wants to go year round. So if there's an extra bye week, well, then now you've extended this league, this regular season into the end of January or mid-January. So
yeah, so that's why they're saying the President's Day Super Bowl. So let's see with the double bye week in the season. So around games 6, I guess, like 6 through 8 and 12 through 15, maybe. You have your bye weeks right in there. That would cut it to like 6 games at a time.
If they do this right, I mean, right now, I don't like how the bye weeks are done now, where there's 3 teams 1 week and 6 the next week, and it's like it doesn't make any. And they last too long as it is right now. They should. Used to be okay when they would do just out the same amount each week, 4, 4, 4, get done between week 3 and week 12 or whatever, have it all done instead of going past week 12 and but now they have it, where it's ridiculous, where, well, this week we're just going to have 2 teams. It's like, why? What the hell is that all about?
How about this? I'll float it out to both of you guys and you tell me yes, no, or I'm full of shit or whatever. How about after 6 games, that week 7, everybody's off. And then you go 6 more games. So week 13, everybody's off. And then you go your final 6 games. So every 6 games, you have your off week. And that'll get you to your 18 games.
That is correct. But no network is going to have a clean.
Do that. Yeah.
Huh?
No network is going to agree to a week without football.
Yeah, I guess.
I see what you're saying. I thought about that too at one time. Why not have the bye weeks for everybody at week 8?
Yeah.
And then I thought, oh, wait a minute, the network's going to go ape shit. What? No games? Are you crazy? We've got to make our money. We're paying you guys billions of dollars a year. We don't have
Okay,
time for a
then we do
blank week.
week
So your
7.
mic's off, big dog.
My mic is
No,
off.
it's not.
It's off.
No,
I
it's
can't
not.
hear you.
I can
I
hear
can't
him
hear your
perfectly.
words of wisdom. Can you hear his words of wisdom, North Cowgirl?
Yeah, perfectly.
Maybe it's me I can't hear.
It's your turn now.
Is it me? I can't hear you guys? What the hell's going on around
Nope.
I can hear you.
here?
Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
hear
You
you
just
fine.
can't hear
What
us.
the fuck are you doing? Are you on now?
I'm on. I'm here.
Why would it do that?
The
I
curse
don't
is
know.
spreading.
I guess.
I
I'm the one that
did not
usually has all the
project
problems. This time
shit.
I don't have any problems. Well, while he's trying to fix that, so Liz, okay, I didn't really think about the television networks. So how about then you go week 6 and 7? Half the teams are off on week 6, the other half are off on week 7, and then you do the same thing for weeks 12 and 13. Half and
Yeah, that
half,
would
and
probably work.
that takes
Yeah.
care of games being on TV, and it also takes care of the bye weeks. You know,
Yeah, and I think the networks would go for something more like that because they're getting a lot of their money that way.
yeah. So I don't know. That of course, I think 18 games. We'll probably see that. I mean, we knew about that as soon as we talked about it. We were like, oh, they're going to go
Oh
to
yeah.
18 because 17 is that odd number, and no one likes the odd
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah. So yeah, we knew that was coming.
Is that your kids or is that Echo?
No, it's family getting ready to roll out of here.
Bye, family. Have fun.
They're going to California police officers, motorcycle officers exhibition today. It's gonna be an all-day
Okay.
event.
Don't do anything your mom and me wouldn't do.
Okay, they're out of here, but you'll probably hear the dog here shortly being like, "Oh my God, you left me, you left me." But
Big dog or small dog?
small dog, it's a freaking Chihuahua.
Oh,
It's not my dog. It's not my dog. It was my nephew's dog, and he is in Kentucky now, and he's going to probably be there for the next couple of years. So it's like now the dog is old, toothless, fatter than all get out, and very, very needy.
it sounds like me.
Yeah, but you don't demand that I sit there and feed you and pet you constantly.
Well, not from this distance.
Well, I'm glad to know I wasn't the only one having sound issues, especially when I realized what it was. I kind of felt foolish, but yeah, we're
He
all
may
doing
not.
it.
Yeah, I guess. But football is so non-contact now. What else is happening? I thought I had one more football thing. Let's see. Oh, I guess Caleb Williams, as soon as he was announced as #1 pick, um, his jersey sales went through the roof. He switched from his number 13 that he had at USC to number 18 with the Bears. And as soon as that happened, I guess on all the places to order the jersey, they just went through the roof. So he broke Caitlin Clark's record for jersey sales that had just happened 2 weeks ago when she
Oh,
got
really?
drafted. Yeah. Says the Bears, of course, selected him on Thursday night, and his merchandise on Fanatics, including jerseys and other apparel, set the record for draft night sales value in any sport. Says Indiana Fever guard Caitlin Clark, the number one pick in the NBA draft just April 15th, had broken the existing record 10 days earlier when her number 22 jersey sold out in a matter of hours. What I thought was funny is Caleb Williams' version of his New Jersey, um, because he's since he's a quarterback and a big guy, they only made the exclusive jerseys were made only in 2XL. No other sizes were made.
You're gonna lose a huge part of your
Well,
market.
this was just for the draft though. His
Okay.
draft jersey sales. So they're going to make his other one. That was his orange, the alternate orange jersey was the only version of his Bears jersey that was available on Friday morning, and only in 2XL. Says his navy jersey was available only in youth sizes. Oh, that's interesting. Why they would just limit it like that? I would have made every single goddamn size from extra small to 6XL to try and get all my
Maybe that
sales in.
maybe what they're saying is those are the only sizes that are left, and
No, they were only available. Let's
they're
see.
only available.
Oh yeah, you're right. I take it back. The new goods that was still available on Friday morning were the
Okay.
2X and the U sizes. You're right. I just kind of sped reading through that. Oh, and the reason why he's not wearing number 13 is their newly acquired wide receiver Keenan Allen, who was traded to the Bears by the Chargers. Since he got there first, and of course he is a veteran, he gets to pick whatever number's available, and he picked number 13 before they drafted Caleb Williams. So, and since he's already picked the number and they're already selling the jerseys, I doubt if they'll let him change the number. Because I know a lot of players pay some of the for some of the teammates there. He's back.
He's back.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, fuck. I mean, I had my own speaker problems. I don't know what I did wrong, but must have bumped something. So anyway, I figured it out finally. I fingered it out. So
I'm not going there.
Why?
All right. I need to go get my daughter, so I'm gonna be offline for about 5 minutes till I get to my car. And if you can just keep an eye and just bring me back in when you see me pop up on the back in the green room.
I'll
So I'll
think
be
about
back shortly.
Oh, that's like
Yes.
you didn't do with Gig the other day?
I didn't see her. She said she was only there for like a minute. So
Yeah.
if I was reading
Ah.
something, I didn't look up.
Ah,
She's very impatient.
ah.
You know those Brits.
No, she said gig.
Gig.
Oh, gig. Well, you know those gigs.
You know those Mexicans.
You know those
Probably were
southern,
impatient.
those Southern Californians. What were you talking about? Anything?
If we're not, no, we were just talking about Caleb Williams and how his as soon as he was drafted, his jersey sold. It broke Caitlin Clark's record of just 2 weeks of most jersey sales right after the draft. All of his jerseys pretty much sold out, and then he switched his number from 13, which he wore at SC, to number 18 now. Will be his number at Chicago.
Why did he change it?
Because of the trade that happened previously between the Chargers and let's see, here it is. because the wide receiver Keenan Allen that was traded by the Chargers to the Bears, since he got there first, and of course he is the veteran, he gets to choose what numbers are available. 13 was available, so he took 13
Okay.
before Caleb got drafted. So of course Caleb being the rookie, you got to get whatever's left.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. He didn't offer
So
to buy it or anything, huh?
I don't think he had the chance because they have to have the jersey ready for him. So
Well, whatever. It's already sold out. So I mean, it's on a big. You don't want to
yeah,
change it since all these people have already bought it. They're
yeah,
buying.
they won't let him change it till next season at the earliest.
Well, they're buying in already. That's cool.
Yep.
So I hope he does well. So he
I,
make that.
I hope he does do well because the Bears have been floundering for the last couple of years so bad, so
Oh
bad.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I hate seeing a historic franchise like them or any other one, do bad. You want to see them at least do okay,
Well, all of those teams in that division are historic. I mean, there's not really.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Minnesota being the newest one, but you know, but you'd like to see them compete between. We already got Green Bay and Detroit competing, and maybe Minnesota if they can get Darnold Duck to do anything, and maybe the Bears have what they need to compete a little bit. It might take them a little while to get up to snuff, so we'll see.
What would endear Caleb Williams to the Bears fans if somehow they could beat the Packers and Caleb Williams, was the force behind that, he'll be loved forever because as we all know, the Packers have the Bears number the last 3-4 seasons,
Right?
No, easily.
So.
Well,
But anyways, I will be back.
right.
Sure.
All right. So there we go. It's just us two now, NorCal girl, for the time being.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
It is. And we got Jason in the chat room, soaking his feet in the sunshine in the grass for his OnlyFans page. See my feet.
Hey Jay, you're missed on here.
So I hope that I miss you guys and my feet too. Well, where'd they go? And why aren't you here?
Yeah, really.
I mean, all you got to do is hit that button and you'll be here. I don't know what that even means. But happy Saturday to you, Jay. We haven't heard from you or seen you in this show for a while. I mean, you can't be letting someone pull all your strings where you can't have any fun on with this type of show. But anyway, NorCal girl, blah blah blah. What's your favorite team? I keep forgetting what your favorite team is.
Oh, I float around, but I'm sorry, I'm still a Niners fan.
You said what you float around. Yeah, okay.
I float around. I do have several of my favorites, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a NorCal girl. What do you expect? I was born and raised in San Francisco, for God's sake.
You can't cover all your bets. I mean, that's. So you're a 49ers fan, is what you're saying.
Kind of have to be born and bred, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I guess, but I guess that does know. I mean, I don't know if you paid attention to the draft as far as the 49ers go, but
I was having some issues last week, so I really didn't keep up with a lot of different things. Because it was hard to read. My eyes were having a allergy or something thing going on, so I really hadn't kept up on a lot of the different things. But I did catch just a couple of things briefly.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I didn't keep track of the 49ers, what they were doing. But you got to find some way to overcome the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So
I know. I thought for sure we'd had it this year. Damn Kelsey.
Yeah. But uh, it was a good Super Bowl, regardless. I mean, I wanted to see the
Oh,
40,
it was.
but the 49ers, for some reason, we talked about this before, they got away from running McCaffrey in the second half as they did, like they did in the first half. For some
Yeah.
reason, they went away from it, and that was helping them stay ahead a little bit with the Chiefs. So I don't know why uh, Harbaugh went away from it, and why Harbaugh was not nothing bad was said about what he did. They just fired the defensive coordinator. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know about that one either.
I mean, what defensive coordinator is not going to be fired after a loss to the Chiefs? Every one of them would be. But we'll see. I mean, it seems like, I don't know. You just got to get that 2 touchdown lead going into the 2 minute warning, so you can maybe let them score one. And since they've got to warn you about an onside kick, you'll be ready for it. So
Yeah.
I got to
You
tell
know,
you,
and then
can't be
next thing
surprised.
next thing we're going to get is we're going to get cheerleaders going down, holding up great big signs. Okay. They're going to be kicking off from the side.
Yeah. So
This ridiculousness.
I don't know. But I don't know. It seems like the 49ers have what they need with maybe a little. I don't know. I don't know. I just think when you're playing Kansas City, there's only you have what you have, and maybe you need your own Kelsey
Yeah.
to
Oh, definitely.
go along with McCaffrey. I don't know what your tight end situation is for the 49ers, but you need something else because
To be
remember when the game
equivalent.
started, McCaffrey was running off 9 yards at a time.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And he was doing his part, and then you throw your little passes and just march down the field. You
Yep.
did
And it
everything.
worked.
That game plan in the first half was working wonders, and I don't know. And for some reason, you tried this stutter thing in the second half, which didn't do jack for the 49ers. I don't know what
No,
that.
it didn't. I think at that point we just kind of pretty much gave up the game.
I don't know, because you should have had a bigger lead than you did in the first half.
Yeah.
And then you should have been able to keep scoring and just staying so many points ahead of Kansas City. So no matter what happened in
Yeah.
that last drive, shouldn't have meant shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
It shouldn't
Yeah,
have.
yeah, but you had Kyle Shanahan though.
yeah, I keep calling him Harbaugh. Why do I keep saying he's Harbaugh? I don't know why I keep putting him in San Francisco. And I've been doing that for 2 or 3 weeks now, saying Harbaugh instead of Shanahan. Maybe because
That's because you secretly want him in San Francisco. You don't want him to play. You don't want him coaching the Chargers.
I would want him in San Francisco. That way you can go back to having the Harbaugh Bowl. But you can't have that in San Diego. But because they're the AFC, I guess we have the Harbaugh Bowl championship game. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, San Francisco is working fine as far as I can tell.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mean,
definitely.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they don't need them. Every team needs some type of improvements or bring in players to back up the aging players, but they were right. I don't know. I think whatever Harbaugh was thinking at that second half, that's his fault, not the defensive coordinator's fault. So,
Oh yeah, firing that defensive coordinator, that was a bunch of BS.
not when you have the number 2 defense, right?
Yeah.
Or 3 or whatever it was. I mean, come on. There's not much you can do. Plus, we're talking about Mahomes. What the hell can you do?
I mean, it could be, the Chiefs could be like the Bulls of the '90s or the Lakers of the '80s, where that's just the one team no one can seem to get by for whatever reason.
Yeah, no, but it was a good Super Bowl. I mean, not even. I mean, if you're a San Francisco fan, yeah, it sucked ass. But if you're a football fan, okay.
Yeah,
It was a good
Super
game.
Bowl.
Yeah.
It was a good game. Yeah.
But I still didn't want Kansas City to win. Well, I'm getting tired of them being called a dynasty. That's why. I'm getting
They
tired.
are, but they are though. I mean, they've won 3 out of the last 4.
Oh Jesus! No, 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 no.
Okay, if they win next season again and
Oh,
3-peat,
don't curse it. Don't put it in the air.
would you then call them a dynasty if they win 4 out of 5 years?
Oh jeez. I guess. But it's always weird that we're trying to get away. We're always trying to get away from this dynasty stuff. New England dynasty's done. So now we're with the Chiefs. I mean, it's like there's no break. Okay, we go from New England to Kansas
Yeah.
City as far as dynasties go. So, Pete Rozelle's his parody dream is not working out. I mean, some people say it is, but it's not. I mean, if you have New England, wouldn't being a dynasty, and now it's the Chiefs' turn, for
Yeah.
how long that lasts. I mean, we're supposed to have a different 2 teams every year that Pete Rozelle wanted to have, and different winners of the division, but but maybe, excuse me, I'm sorry. But maybe Kansas City will get some pressure from someone in that division next
And
season.
and Kansas City didn't have the best season. I mean, they they were in second, and had to have all their games, or all their wins were on the road.
Right?
So, they were kind of tested this year, but it seems like with Kansas City, once the playoffs start, it's like a switch goes on with those guys, because they
You're
didn't
right.
look that great going into the playoffs, and all of a sudden playoffs happen, and you're like, what happened? What hit us? Type of thing.
Yeah, well, we talked about them floundering all year too.
Yeah,
This whole season, all of us were talking about them and the Eagles just somehow
Oh, I
yeah,
know.
hap
yep,
haphazarding it through the season.
yep.
Then, all except for Philadelphia, once Kansas City hit, okay, now we can play.
Yeah, pretty much.
But can they half-ass it if they get competition from another team in that division? Like if someone can step up, like the Raiders or Denver,
No,
some
not Denver. No, not Denver. Not
well,
Denver.
or San
You
Diego,
guys have such wishful thinking.
I,
if they could just step up
yeah,
and apply pressure to Kansas City and make them play A1 football all season long.
yeah.
But
But they could be tired going into the playoffs. Yeah, you're right.
okay, I guess I shouldn't say Denver either. I don't want Denver going. But but they're not getting hardly any. No one challenges them. I mean, they
Yeah,
can play haphazard during the regular season, and then playoffs time. Let's step it up now. And I bet most of that is the coach.
yep.
And they get ready to go, and they know they need to prepare, and they do. I know that they've been in the championship almost every year, and for the last 5 seasons or whatever, and
Yeah.
so I don't know. Maybe they are this time dynasty, but
A
dynasty,
dinosaur?
but dynasties to me are now compared to Tom Brady's Super Bowls. Not
Yeah.
they've been in the championship. I don't give a shit. Tom Brady went to what 7 Super Bowls with
Doesn't
the Raiders? I mean, with the Raiders, with the Patriots.
Well, the Patriots and Tampa Bay. He's gone six with the Patriots and 1 with Tampa Bay.
Oh, that's not. Oh, that's just part of his dynasty. I'm talking
Yeah,
about New England. I mean, Jesus,
yeah. New England
they were
6.
there almost all the time. So,
I mean, Kansas City's halfway there.
I see
But
what's
much as
going
you don't
on.
want to say it.
I think
But
no one can
you're
hear
right
me
though
now.
about dynasties. I mean,
I can't hear them.
we went from one to the other.
Yep.
Hello?
There he goes.
You can't hear us again?
I can hear. I can hear you fine. He can't hear us.
That's weird.
So,
Oh well.
you can hear me though, right?
Oh yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
yeah, I mean, as far as he's right about, going from one dynasty to another, we just got out of
Yeah.
the Patriots had a couple of years, here and there, the other teams won, and Kansas City just decided, you know, they got the right quarterback,
Yep.
they got the right receiver, excellent coach, and usually when you have that combination, you're going to win a lot of games.
Yep. They've definitely been in the sweet spot for a while.
Yeah. And then there's Dallas. Dallas has become the Cleveland Cavaliers LeBron James. One of the best teams in all of football during the regular season.
Okay.
No comment?
No, no.
It's okay. Anime Girl knows it's true.
Well, in your mind, if you believe it's true, I'm not going to argue with those little
Well,
functioning weird brain cells.
I was being nice saying that they're one of the best teams in football during the regular season, but they do well during the regular season. And they, for whatever reason, as soon as the playoffs hit, they're the opposite of Kansas City.
True.
Kansas City flips the switch on for the playoffs, and the Cowboys. Okay, time to turn the power off. We need to conserve energy.
Like the only time not Kansas City, but the Cowboys generally tend to win when they're playing home games. Other than that,
Yeah,
not.
and that didn't even work for them this year because remember the Packers beat them in Dallas.
Dallas, yes,
Their first loss in 2 years in Dallas.
I know. It was horrible. I think I drank that night a lot.
And especially against the Packers. I mean, they hate
Yeah.
the Packers.
Yeah. And that was a horrible slaughter, if I remember correctly, that game.
Yeah, it was. It was bad.
Was it like 30 to something?
It was like 30 to 16 or something like that.
Yeah.
12. It wasn't close. Let's put it that way. But I don't know. I've asked this question over and over again. And I probably asked you, and you probably gave your answer, but I'll ask it again. What gets Dallas out of this funk that they're in the playoffs? Do you need a new quarterback? Do you need a new coach? Do you need the owner to stop meddling? That person is what my
I think that's your key right there.
Yep.
I truly
I've
do.
I've said that for years. You can't be the owner and the general manager.
Because it's obvious. You have the correct combination between the coaches and the players. You just need to have everybody else shut up and let these guys do the job that you hired them for.
And Jerry Jones won't let them.
Nope, he won't.
And it'd be interesting to see how much. I wish I could go back and find out how much he was a hands-on owner back in like the Troy Aikman days. When they were winning their Super Bowls back then. Was he actually that hands-on then?
That's a thought.
Because I've never been a big Dallas fan, so when they were winning, I was like, okay, they won, but I never really, paid attention. And it's not like the way it is now, where football is, 365 days a year type of sport where there's always news coming in.
Yeah. Well, also we have more regularly, news stories and things like that constantly being fed to us. So it's, not where we, the fans, don't hear that much about it unless it's a huge, big story.
Yeah, you're right. So social media has done that. I mean, Dak Prescott farts really loud and it's all over the news, so.
Oh, yeah.
I think we talked about it last week. His lawsuit, or not his lawsuit, but the girl who's suing him, I guess, is trying to have him moved out of Dallas County, Dallas State, whatever. I mean,
Yeah,
city.
because of favoritism. Because of
Yeah.
favoritism.
So she's having to try and move it like to north Texas or something or other.
Yeah, I read something briefly on that too. I was going to comment, and then
But
I had issues.
I mean, the fact that she wants $100 million. I mean, that's, I don't know.
I think she wants to invest in being part owner.
Yeah, that's gonna happen with Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if I don't know if you're gonna lose me for a second or not, because I need to text my daughter that I'm here. She comes out.
Well, here's the thing: if he's not back by the time you get back, nobody's going to be able to let you in.
Good, good assessment there. But we shall see real quick. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
So I don't know if you can still hear me or not.
I can still hear you.
Okay, good. Then we're still okay.
You're still connected.
Okay, there we go. I'm back. So I didn't go anywhere. Unfortunately for you.
Okay.
Really not much else happening. I wonder what happened to Almighty.
I don't know, but question for you:
Uh-huh.
Do you know what goes? Do you know what goes in hard and dry and comes out soft and wet?
Yeah, chewing gum.
Exactly. And here your mind thought it was going to be something dirty.
Well, since we're trying to run a PG show now, so I had to keep it clean.
Well, I don't think it's a PG show. I think we are 17 rated, but
No, we're a PG-13 show. I want it rated. I want an NC-17, but Roger won't go for that.
no.
So, do you have any other sports news or?
No, no, not really. You covered the one that I was going to cover with that stupid concussion.
Oh, the helmet thing?
Yes, that
The
was one of the big
marshmallow
ones.
heads?
Yeah, that was one of the big things I was going to bring up, but you got that. So.
And I didn't even notice it. I remember reading it when I was, getting my notes and stuff, but I never clicked on it because I was like, what is it? It said preseason, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, it doesn't matter. Preseason, whatever. And then Matt posted it on Facebook about it. And they showed the picture of it. And I'm like, oh, okay, let me actually read it this time. And I was like, oh, no, come on, guys, really?
See, I didn't get it from Facebook. I got it from ESPN Newsflash.
Yeah, well, that's where I was getting my notes, but like I said, I didn't click on it, so I didn't read it. But Matt posted it about it on Facebook, and when he did,
Almighty's back, just so you know.
oh, okay. What's up, Almighty?
I don't know.
Can you hear us?
My speakers.
Yeah.
I hear you guys, but then my speakers screw. I mean, I don't hear you, but my speakers fuck up, and I don't know. Then I gotta spend a few minutes trying to figure out, oh, what's wrong? Everything's plugged in right. I don't know. It's one of those mornings, I guess.
Probably.
Yeah, we're all having it.
Yeah, Liz had. I'm usually the one that has the audio problems, and now I haven't had any, and you guys are having it all.
Well, mine was just being stupid when the Bluetooth switched to the phone when it wasn't supposed to switch to the phone. It was supposed to stay on the tablet. So.
Yeah. So, what were you guys chatting about?
Nothing much. We were just
same as usual.
Same as usual.
Just recapping stuff.
We were actually we were talking about Dallas and how what their problems are, Everybody seems to be, trying to better their teams, but Dallas pretty much did absolutely nothing this offseason to help themselves.
No.
And I asked the question,
We lose him.
what does Dallas need
He's back.
to get better? Is it a new quarterback? Does it need a new coach? Or is it Jerry Jones? And Liz and I came to the agreement that it's Jerry Jones.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't see anybody else having any power there.
Because, I mean, you've got the right combination of coaches. You got the right combination of players that are doing well, obviously, when, time hits and the, playoffs are getting close. So, I mean, they're doing good. So it's got to be, the owner just interfering too much and meddling.
They did not draft any offensive skill players. They got a tackle, defensive end, a guard, and so far a linebacker this year. So they didn't pick any skilled play. I mean, they're all skilled. Don't get me wrong. Oh, lost a dog? Oh, man.
I wonder if we lost him because he's heading in or
because
what?
he's
I don't know.
But I don't know. And I think that's why Jones will not hire like a Belichick, because he knows that he'll get flack from someone like that. He'll get
could very well push back on it. Yeah,
Belichick's not going to shut his mouth.
Yeah.
Belichick is not going to sit around going, "What do you mean we're not going to let all our free agents go? What do you mean we're not going to sign anybody? What the hell kind of team did I sign up with?" So yeah, that's because Belichick. I mean, he still knows how to get players. I mean, come on. So I don't know. It has to be a Jones problem because he's in charge.
Yeah.
I mean, every week he opens his big mouth on Tuesday or Wednesday for his weekly new radio show appearance on one of those stations in Dallas. He can't help himself, and so it has to come from him because I can't see anyone whispering in his ear telling him what he should do because this is Jerry Jones. And I'm not sure why Jerry Jones believes that. I don't know I don't know. Jerry Jones has not called me yet to explain what he's doing. So I should call and leave a message and see if I can get a hold of him.
Hey, yeah.
Hey,
Have him come on the show.
Tell him I called. I'm his good buddy. I don't know. Welcome back, big dog.
Welcome back. I had to actually refresh completely because I was actually in the green room, but you guys couldn't see me for whatever reason.
I just saw you. I didn't see you before. Maybe I did miss you. Sorry.
No, it was something because I had a phone call, and that screwed everything up. And then when I just tried to refresh, it still wasn't recognizing me, so I had to just exit out completely and then restart again.
All right, sounds good. And we're still talking Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
And we decided that it's all his fault.
So we're all in agreement that he's the problem? Yeah.
Who else could it be? Who else? No one else has his ear. From what I understand, his son has a different opinion, but I don't think his son can talk any sense into him.
What I was mentioning to Liz earlier while you were trying to fix your problems was I wish I could go back and find out how much of a hands-on owner he was in the Troy Aikman days. Was he as much a hands-on owner as he is now, where it's to the detriment of the team?
Well, he did fire Tom Landry.
Yeah. That was
Yeah.
sacrilegious. That
I
was
mean,
Exactly.
and that was probably they probably did need that, but still, he was an icon in Dallas. I mean,
yeah.
You,
Yeah, you don't
you
fire
didn't
him.
need to. Yeah. You didn't need to fire him. You could have found a creative way around it.
Yeah, you go to him and say, "Hey, I don't want to do this publicly. You're an icon. You know, let's come to an
you're
agreement."
right.
And then you say you step down.
Well,
Yeah.
that was a new owner flub. You know, it's like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
and but you
New
know,
owner or not, my God, have a little tact.
well, that's not Jerry Jones.
Yeah, I was
I
about
know,
to
but
say that's not Jerry.
even still, it's like,
Yeah. Well, all you got if you want to know how important Tom Landry is, just watch King of the Hill, and you know, people named after him. So I mean, you know how important that is. But
That, that, that would that would have been like asking George Steinbrenner to have tact. You know, it's just not
yeah,
in them.
true, true.
yeah, those two would have been fun at a party.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, I mean, but when you see how Dallas was playing back when Landry was fired, you can see that it was it meant you can see it was the right decision to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Correct. It was the right decision, but
But I agree with you.
fire.
I agree.
Basically,
I mean,
oh
can you still
God.
go? Can you still go into the '90s having your lineman do that up and down move? I don't know what the hell that was, but before they hike the ball, the lineman would go up
Oh, yeah, yeah.
the hump move or whatever it was. But he's
Yeah.
been doing that for 2 decades or 3 decades. He has been doing that little offensive line move, which was I never knew the purpose of it, but I that was a Dallas signature. But anyway, but then again, you got to remember they made moves to get players in. I mean, could have Landry used Aikman and the rest to build the winning team?
Yeah.
We won't know that, but they did make they did make moves back then, and I think at that time Jones, did listen. So when they did trade Herschel, they got all those picks from Minnesota,
Yeah.
and that's what built that team. So
Then he got power hungry.
yeah,
Hmm.
well, when you win those Super Bowls, you go see your head, and then you think you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but that's the Dallas story. We don't know. I mean, and Tony Homo couldn't get him back. So, and they got close a couple times. And plus with Switzer too after what's his name finally got fired or left too because you know
Oh, Jimmy Johnson?
Jimmy Johnson, yeah. So and
Double J.
he went to Miami for a while. So then I think he retired and now he's a sportscaster. So
Yep.
which is better for him.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. I think once some of these coaches, once they start getting in that sportscaster thing, like, wait a minute, this is easier than coaching. There's hardly any pressure. All I gotta do is
Yep.
coach you for an hour, look at some notes, and go on the air and read what they tell me.
And make almost as much money as I was coaching, and I don't have to worry about
And make
the
that.
teleprompter.
Yep. That's why not very many leave. I mean, Gruden got handed a cash load of money to go to the Raiders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And look how well that worked.
Yeah. Well, when someone says, "We'll pay you $10 million a year," hey, let's go. For
Yeah.
10 years, $100 million. Let's do it.
Yeah. And Chucky ruined us. I mean, we were already ruined, but he made it work.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, duck and cover, guys. We're under attack.
I'm saluting. just in case I don't have the other camera on.
Well, we can't see you saluting because your icon's there. I don't know where. Are you still driving?
Yes, I'm coming back right now. I'll be signing off and then jumping back on
Okay. So
in about.
who are you driving?
I picked up my daughter from work from
And
her
she's
bail
with you?
bonds.
And
Oh,
she's with
in fact,
you. And she's
yes,
with you right now.
she's very quietly sitting next to me. How many bonds you do?
You know, you won't let
She
her
did
say
two.
hi.
She did two bonds tonight.
Well, one of them was probably mine. So don't tell her where I am. So
Actually, I don't think they have an office in Cleveland. That's well, how far do you go? Idaho?
Just Idaho.
Yeah, they have.
Oh, and we have an office in Florida.
Oh, they have an office in Florida, and they have an office in Idaho, and then they got a ton of them up and down California.
well, yeah, you would eat a ton of them in that crazy state of California. Yeah.
Oh yeah, every time she tells me stories, and I'm like, oh, where did that come? She's like, Oakland, Oakland. I'm
Yeah,
like, yeah, it figures. Stockton. I'm
Oakland.
like, okay, yeah,
So
it figures.
so has she ever met Dog the Bounty Hunter?
I was gonna
No,
ask the
she's
same
never met
thing.
Doc. He's in Hawaii.
Well, not
But
And Arizona.
But sometimes
But-
he comes to the mainland.
the scoops I have gotten on some of the football players came from her.
Ooh.
She's my source.
And he sees your
Ah.
your unnamed
I'll let
source.
you blow your source.
Yeah, well, you just outed her.
Yes,
It's okay. No one can hear. No one listens to us.
no one listens to us.
So don't bet on that.
No, I know.
We thought that.
Anyways, I am parked, so I will sign off real quick, and I'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes.
All right, got you, Captain.
All right.
So, North Cal girl, do you have a baseball team?
Do I have a baseball team?
Do you root for a not that you own one, but do you root for?
I wish I owned one. Yes, and I have said this story many times. I am Dodger Blue 100%, an entire household of Giants fanatics.
No, that's right. You have brought that to my attention a few times.
Yes.
So, I mean, how does that work? How do you survive?
Body armor,
Do you
my
have to-
eyes in the back of my head.
So do you wear one of those football caps or whatever they're, big?
No, but I threatened my brother-in-law, who at the time we were dating back in college. I had threatened him that I was going to go get one of those huge, gigantic hats, that goes on the little. Remember back in the 80s, they had that huge hat that would go over like some of the little
Yeah,
carts to go out. I threatened that I was going to get one of those to go over his Honda Sonata.
Oh, I see.
And in the middle of the college parking lot and put it on there. And he literally glared at me up, team down in 5 different ways from sideways. And I'm like, am
Yeah,
I being serious?
yeah. So that's cool. Okay, you're right. You said you were a Dodger Blue, so that's all right. I mean, that's a winning team.
Oh, yeah.
Can't go wrong with that.
Especially with the first game of the season, the way Mookie did so beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I don't really follow the Dodgers. I only follow the Indians. I keep track of the other teams, but I leave the Dodgers to you and Gig. So
Yeah. Oh, I was jealous of Gig. She was there 4 days ago.
yeah,
I'm like, and it was a nice day too. It was a really nice day. I'm like, I am so jealous of you.
yeah. Well, it's nice that she can still afford to go to a game.
Oh yeah.
So must be. So yeah, that's awesome. I forgot about that. So that is interesting. So
And of course, were you with us when we discussed what the blip is happening with the A's and how we're having to suffer with them being up here with our river cats?
Yeah, we talked about that a few weeks ago. We were talking.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were on that one or not.
I was. You were saying that they were sharing this stadium with your river rats.
Cats.
Or whatever. Does it really? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go with that. River rats, river cats, whatever.
Well, we're
You do realize cats don't like water, so I don't know why you call them river cats.
it depends on what kind of a cat they are, but
And
panthers
river,
tend to, and certain other things.
river rats like water. They'll go anywhere with their food. Well, I get. Yeah, you're right. If you go to big cats, they're gonna like water. Big, the big jaguars and tigers.
Well, the river cats aren't little tiny pussy cats. They're like, cats. Jaguars, lions,
If you're gonna have
pumas.
anime cats, I guess would like that water too. So I guess that's all right. So, but how is that working out so far between the two teams? I mean, do the river cats draw more than the athletics?
Right now, I'm sure they do, but I think a lot of it's going to be drawing in with a lot of the other teams that are going to be coming into play. That, I think, is where most of the draw is going to be. I mean, we're a 14,000 seat stadium. So, I mean, we're pretty small, but,
And the A's still won't sell out.
no kidding.
Yeah.
What did they have? 8,000 their last game? Something like that? Or under 8,000?
Yeah.
It was like a nightmare.
But then again, why would you go to a game where the team's leaving?
Yeah, I know.
Besides Speedy, and
Just to go to a game, just to get out. I mean, you get your tickets the tickets are they're like what 50 cents, $1, something like that.
Are they? Or is that just a joke?
That's a joke.
It was a joke, but
I know they're pretty cheap though.
Well, I'm just saying, you never know since they're playing at this small stadium and they want to get people in there, and they're almost gone. So why could they get away with charging major league prices? That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking. So I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, they've gotten away with charging major league prices for like 5-10 years now, and they're a minor league team. So,
but you hold them to that much esteem.
So, how long are they going to be there? When will this so-called stadium?
3 years is an option for a fourth.
Yep, exactly.
I don't know why they opted to build this small little, squeeze this stadium into this little 4-acre lot in Vegas. I don't understand that. That seems a little strange, but.
Because I know, what is it? Was it Tropicana? No, not Tropicana. Was it? No, it was Tropicana?
Tampa Bay, yeah.
No. In Vegas, the casinos are closing down to build a stadium.
Oh, I think it is Tropicana.
Okay. Okay. Well, when you say Tropicana, I was thinking of Tampa Bay, but never mind.
No, I was thinking. I couldn't remember who was the Flamingo or the Tropicana. It is the Tropicana. So the Tropicana just closed down completely. I believe it was less than a month ago, or it was earlier this month. So, and it's been anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks that they finally closed it down. So they're probably taking all the, everything that needs to be taken out, and they'll probably demo it. I believe in the middle of next month is what I think I read, that it'll be demoed, and then they'll start with the construction of the new stadium.
I don't know.
I think it's a 35,000. 35,000.
I think that's what. I don't know. I can't remember.
I know it's small.
It's small. Yeah. But anyway, we'll see when it gets done toward the end of the decade, and it'll be interesting.
So the River Rats are the second class
Not
team
you
now?
two.
I started that.
Oh, I don't like both of you.
Okay. That's fine. But the River Rats, But the River Cat.
What the hell is a River Cat? First of all, is it River Cat?
It's River Cat.
What the hell is a River Cat?
As in CAT.
Yeah, what the hell is a River Cat?
don't know. I mean, like I said, big cats like water, so. And we do have mountain lions.
See, now that would be a proper name.
Well, they do.
That-
They do have fishing cats, so that is something. A fishing cat.
There you
So
go.
We have a lot of catfish.
a fishing cat creator. I don't know what the hell that means, but there's a picture
Yeah.
of a cat.
It should have been the Sacramento Cows.
So it's a Giants team, a Giants.
Yeah,
Affiliate?
it's our
Yeah.
it's our minor
Oh.
league base. It's our minor league team.
Yeah.
So since they are affiliated with the Giants, so River Rats is correct.
Okay, I have a problem. I don't,
Yeah.
as you already know, I'm Dodger Blue, but I am loyal to the River Cats. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So now I was looking for, I found the logo for the River Cats. So
Yeah.
it looks pretty intense.
Okay.
But then again, I mean, minor league teams always had these names anyway. I mean, they don't have names that make. I mean, they have these little nicknames that draw fans in.
Oh yeah.
But some cats. I mean, you can't. Everybody says cats don't like water, but some do. I mean, it's not like they won't go in to get a fish or anything. But yeah, so that's pretty decent logo there.
Yeah, it is.
I think it's pretty awesome. So
Yeah.
See?
So out here it's the Rancho
really?
Cucamonga
Manga.
Quakes.
Yeah.
Rancho Cucamonga Quakes, and of course they just have. Let's see. Oh, let's see that again.
What do I do? What the hell happened to my thing?
I don't know.
The fuck
You
did
deal with your thing. I'm not dealing with your thing.
I am, but I had a
You
picture.
flashed it 1 second and then it was gone.
Yeah.
Oh well, I don't know what maybe I hit something. I've been having all kinds of problems.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Oh, I like that. I actually like that.
Yeah.
See,
That's
that's
pretty
your
good.
river cat. Rah, 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 rah. See,
And see, it's a big cat. It's not a little tiny pussy cat.
no. I don't know what I
Okay.
hit to get rid of it, but yeah, there it is. So
All
it's
right.
pretty interesting. I like that, and
So do I. That's a cool logo.
That's the way of the minor leagues, though. They get these names and they don't make much sense, but you get a logo that goes along with it, and it all makes sense. So
Yeah. Oh, and over like I was just saying it here in SoCal, yeah, they're not really imaginative because it's the Quakes and San Bernardino.
Yeah, I wonder where
the
they got
Quakes
that.
are the Quakes are the Dodgers. The only thing they do different is their number on the back of their jersey is cracked like an earthquake.
right,
Yeah.
And then the Angels affiliate, which is San Bernardino, they're the 66ers because Route 66.
6. Yeah.
that makes more. That's a pretty good way to do that.
Yeah.
Actually, I like that one.
It's too bad it wasn't Route 69. That would have been better. But
And
Yeah,
then
but
Lake
you can get more kicks
Elsinore,
on 66. Not
so-
nice.
Lake Elsinore is the hell is Lake Elsinore? I forgot what they are, but they're the Padres affiliate.
Yeah, that's true. And like I said, the Guardian Indians. What the hell? I almost stepped up and killed myself. All of their farm teams are in the state, so they don't have to travel far to get
Oh,
to be called up. So
okay.
they're all in Ohio. So they spent the last decade getting all their teams into Ohio. So
Okay.
actually AAA is in Columbus, so they only got an hour and a half, 2 hour car ride. You're up in Cleveland. So whereas before I think it was in Carolina or something like that, and be a longer drive or a flight. This way I guess they can still fly them in, but they might not make them drive. Yeah, what? You're still a minor leaguer. You drive. But
Yeah, I think the Dodgers AAA affiliate I think is in the South somewhere, Tennessee or Carolina or something like that. And I'm not even sure where their AA ball is, but the ones here are single A.
Right. Okay.
So we get when we watch them, it's the raw 18-year-old kids that are barely getting into the pros.
Yeah. But it makes sense to have your farm system around your team so that we can call them up real fast. Or they have to go long ways to get to places, then it saves money.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was an
Yeah.
interest. But still, you know, but it used to. Well, there's not as many as minor league teams as there used to be anyway. So
Yeah, a lot of them have gone by the wayside.
they, you know, really scaled back on that over the years. So you know, and it's interesting what minor league teams will also have all kinds of gimmicks to get fans in or whatever night, you know, to get people to come in and you know they're not you can watch a pretty decent minor league game for the money.
Oh yeah, yeah. The tickets are really cheap. I mean, we've sat right behind the plate in the very first row so many times, and those tickets were only like $22.
Yeah.
You know, and then we go on like either a Thursday or Friday, and it's like dollar hot dog night or $2 beer night.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, so
See, what's really cool with us is literally it was built so it would be within walking distance, and it's really actually a nice walk from our nightlife downtown and a lot of the rebuilding that we've done between our Old Town Sacramento that's been redone and tried to get rid of the gangs and a bunch of stuff that we've had some problems with through the 80s and the 90s to being back to being more. No, hush, keep your mouth quiet.
Sacramento has a nightlife.
Yes, we have a nightlife now.
Sorry.
We actually do. We don't roll up the street at 11 o'clock, you know, with the one blinking. So.
No, you just ride in on your cow, and you put when you go up to the bar, you put the cow on the hitching post.
Well, how are you going to get rid of the gangs if you have the governor's office there? I don't.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I know. But let's keep politics aside.
I know.
Actually, Sacramento is a nice place. I used to like taking the drive when we're going over the bridges I guess we're going over the river or the ocean, your boating area.
Over the Delta? Yeah.
Yeah.
Over through the Delta and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some really nice bridges and other things.
I mean, I can imagine. I mean, I haven't been up to Sacramento probably in at least 15, maybe almost 20 years. So I can just imagine all the changes that have happened in that time.
Oh yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I have not been to Sacramento.
We have some nice stuff, and then we have pretty grungy stuff too.
Every city's like that, though.
Yeah, I've been to Columbus, our state capital. So that's a nice place. It's growing like crazy, but it's a nice place.
I remember like I said, I mean, we went into whatever's closest to Pennsylvania. We were on that tip of Ohio, because I remember we went into Ohio to eat dinner because there was nothing where we were. Nothing but the Amish. So we wanted to have a decent meal, and they told us we had to go into Ohio, so we drove to Ohio. It was like a 45-minute drive or so.
Wow. Did you go? Okay. Did you go to Steubenville? Did you go?
I have no idea. I couldn't tell you the name of it.
Did you go to Youngstown? Did you go to? I mean, there's quite a border there between Pennsylvania and Ohio. So,
what would be closest to what was then Heinz Stadium?
Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
You were in Pittsburgh?
Well, we went through Pittsburgh to get to where we had to do our store.
Oh.
So we probably drove maybe a half hour past the stadium to get to that one light town because they did have a single light and it was a main street. And then we drove back and then drove to where they told us to go to Ohio. We ended up at a Chili's or a Applebee's way back in the
Why
day.
don't you just stay in Pittsburgh?
That's what I was going to say.
It
Pittsburgh
was
has some nice eateries.
it was
Yeah,
it
they have some
was
great ones.
it, the company said it was too far. So we ended up at
They would rather
I,
have you go to Ohio.
well for dinner. Dinner was our choice.
Yeah.
So we wanted to have one good meal, and that was the closest.
Yeah, but a half
So
hour, I don't see how that would. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I mean,
yeah, truthfully, I don't remember what city we went into. All I know is that we pulled over at the sign that said you're now entering Ohio because one of the girls wanted to take a picture.
okay. Well, I don't know how you got into Ohio. I don't know if you went through took the Highway 30 or not to get there. I don't know how you got
Uh,
into Ohio. So I mean, 30 is the main highway to get from
okay,
Pitts. That's the main highway. But I don't know
okay.
I don't know any of the other roads. And but I can see how there's not really. Gosh, there could be something on the other side of 30 coming from Pennsylvania. But if Pittsburgh is only a half hour, I can't see. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
it might have been more. I don't remember. Like I said, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, Pittsburgh has some nice pizza places. They have some nice restaurants. I mean,
Mm,
it. I mean, it does have an NFL team, so it has a lot of stuff going on. I
yeah,
mean,
because we did stop at the casino that's right next to the stadium. I remember we stopped there one of the times.
okay, I don't know. I can't. I mean,
Yeah,
there's so many
it's fine.
but there's not really a big city going when you go through 30. There's no, okay, now you go through this big city and then, okay, now you're in Pennsylvania. But as long as you found someplace to eat, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, yeah, we were tired. That that little town we were in, all they had because it was a long. Probably the town was maybe about 3-4 miles long, but it was just one street. The hotel was right off the freeway, which is where we stayed at, and then the store was at the very end of town on the other side. So as far as like lunch was concerned, uh, we ate at one of two places for almost 3 weeks. It was a mom and pop Chinese food place
Yeah,
and Subway, and that was it
that was
for
it.
for
Huh?
for almost 3 weeks straight.
They couldn't even find an Amish restaurant to eat at?
No, not there. We had Amish coming into the store, but not as far as food was concerned. No, not enough for us to be back in a half hour.
Well, I am just saying that if you would have found one of those, that would have been worth the time to go eat. Was an Amish
I'll
restaurant?
bet.
That would have been, that you would have liked that a lot.
Okay.
That's not something to sneeze at. But I guess not. I mean, they're not. Like I said, I don't know offhand where. I mean, there's such.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that I don't remember the name of the city we were in, so I know that doesn't help either.
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
But because only reason I go to Pennsylvania is to go to a concert that they won't have in Ohio. So that's the only
Okay.
time I go there. So, and that's before you get to Pittsburgh. You cross the border, and there it is, and it's right off the Highway 30 that I told you about, and then
Okay.
it's one of those outdoor venue
Yeah.
deals. So it's not very far. I mean, an hour and a half for me to
Okay.
get to the Pennsylvania border, and not that far then once I get inside to get to Pennsylvania. Well, I'm sorry, there is a convention I used to go to in Pennsylvania, Steel City Con, and there was a bigger one that we would go to. So there were conventions that we would go to in Pennsylvania. But And
Still City, I think, still goes on, doesn't it?
oh yeah, twice a year.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And they have guests that show up and stuff that charge you an arm and a leg and all that good stuff.
Oh yeah, well, they all do.
Yeah. So the next, I don't know if they had the first one this year or not, but there's usually one around in December, and
Yeah,
the Steel City Con's pretty big still. And
yeah. I think they're on one of my things that I tag as far as more
Yeah.
social media for our site.
so, but it used to be. What was fun about this one back in the day was that it was in the hotel that we stayed at.
Oh yeah, those are always fun.
Oh
So,
yeah,
you know-
those are great. Yeah,
And then they moved over to the convention or to another place across the street. But you'd be in the same, but then you'd be in there, and then you'd be in the same places where all the guests were staying. So you'd run into them all over, because they'd be saying,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
"You are." I mean,
the elevator, and you'd run into whoever,
Yep, I ran into Lou Fig Newton in the elevator there. Yep, made him push the button. So my hands were full, and he kept looking at me like I'm not putting this shit down. I'm not. No, you got to push it, you big motherfucker. So I mean, I didn't say that. I meant he looked at me and he pushed it. But I'm just saying I had all this crap that I set up at our table in the con, and I wasn't. These hands were empty. So if you wanted to carry my boxes for me, yeah, I'd push the button. But he didn't offer to carry the boxes.
But he's a TV star. He doesn't push elevator buttons.
Yeah, well, maybe he did it anyway. But it was just us two in there. It wasn't like there was anybody else. It was just I walked in and there he is, and I really didn't say anything to him, but for some reason, like, hey, you're Lou Fig Newton, but I didn't even say that. I just stood there in silence. So I was, tapping my fingers, going, push that button. I'm gonna, do it before I hurt you. I don't want to hurt him, but
Yeah.
But no, he's anyway. I guess that's my touch with greatness story at a convention is that I was with Lou Fig Newton. Well, I guess I did walk by Rob Liefeld once, so I guess. But behind us. Because when you have those badges, you'd walk anywhere. And then you walk in these places where there's nobody else, and here comes Rob Liefeld. But I didn't say nothing to him either if I didn't want to bother him. I said, well, everybody's probably bothering him all day long. And plus, I wasn't a great fan anyway, so I had really nothing to say to him, But it was interesting. But anyway, once you get that badge, it changes stuff immediately when you places. You're like,
yeah.
Yep, it does. That badge means a lot of stuff.
I love the fact that in the Deadpool trailer, the Deadpool 3 trailer, that when they're walking side by side, Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, and in the background it says Liefeld's foot store. I don't know if you caught that.
I didn't.
No.
Yeah, and that's an inside joke that I guess, and now I have to go back and watch the first two because evidently Ryan Reynolds puts Liefeld and something with feet in each of the movies. Because, of course, we all know Rob can't draw feet.
Yeah. And he's had how many years to learn? And he's still...
only 30.
He still won't do it. So, yeah. Well, I guess one of the other things I heard about, the joke I heard about Rob Liefeld was like, you don't want him doing a mystery comic because that background can change each time. And if you're looking for clues, they always don't change it each time.
Oh, God.
You don't want him doing that either. So, I mean, I listen to his podcast and he seems like a nice enough guy. I just, I have nothing against Rob Liefeld.
He's gotten a lot more humble these last 10 years or so. But, yeah. He was, I mean, I guess it comes with it, he was some 19, 20, 21-year-old, whatever it was, that took comics by storm. So he got that big head right away, when he started, once Image took off.
Right.
So,
well, yeah. And plus, him and McFarlane and everybody else started their own company, and it's like,
yeah.
Then he's a company owner, right? So,
yep.
That also adds to the big head. So, I own Image, and Image took off, you know, and that's, right after Marvel gave McFarlane his own Spider-Man book, he still jumped ship.
I remember that.
Speaking of Spider-Man, if I have time tomorrow, I will probably be jumping in with you, Almighty.
I have not advertised what movie I'm doing tomorrow.
You already told me privately.
Oh, did I?
Ooh.
Private.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, but our pillow talk. I forgot.
That's just what I was going to say. Pillow talk.
Oh, by the way, after you're done doing that, I'm going to tell you about my new. Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is, like, that's too bad. I wasn't feeling or whatever, and I didn't do last week's Spider-Man 2 with Doc Ock, and I really wanted to do that one because that was probably the best of the Maguire 3.
Yes, I
Yes,
agree
most
with that.
definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
With Doc Ock. And I still wanted to finish up on Spider-Man 1 because there were things that I missed because I was handling Tiff. Because
Be nice. We're on air.
I didn't expect her to show up, so she kind of threw off my script. And no,
Yeah.
not that it was a bad thing. I'm glad that someone showed up, but it just was unexpected. And I probably did.
Yeah, and she thought it was there for a different show, so it was a really confusing thing.
Yeah, so, but it worked out, and I didn't get to everything, but, because, Doc Ock's most favorite, one of his lines is the power of the sun in the palm of my hand. And, I had a girl say that to me once when she was giving me a hand job. So, yeah.
Hey.
I've been waiting to say that for 2 weeks, so I'm going to. I don't care what show this is. I'm going to get it in there. But
That's what she said.
I always felt that was one of the best ones. And, the thing is trying to watching these Spider-Man movies and trying to remember what it was like to watch them for the very first time on the big screen back when they actually came out.
Oh yeah, they were so much fun when we did it, on the big screen. Yeah, and we made sure that we saw it on the big screen, not a smaller screen in the theaters, but we made sure it was like the main screen.
Well, I'm just trying to think about like what was my opinion after all these years of everyone else's crap getting in my brain. What did I actually think of the movie when I watched it? Because, I didn't really have any. I mean, you kept hearing, "Oh, Venom was in there. The fans wanted it, and they got what they wanted, and it was bad." And that was. And the origin for Venom was rushed. I will agree to that. It was kind of.
Yeah, it was.
And the Sandman and Doc Ock were probably the only ones that were closest to wearing the actual cost or looking like the actual characters in the Ditko comics. So
Oh, definitely.
I'm not sure where that Green Goblin costume came from, but wasn't Ditko, that's for sure. But, anyway, this is a sports show, not my Spider-Man show. But since you brought it up, tomorrow at 6 on Sunday, I will be doing Spider-Man 3 because Monday is Spider-Man 3 at any Cinemark theater. So if you want to go out on a Monday and see some Spider-Man, he will be there. Number 3 for the Maguire 3. And then the next week after that, we will start the Amazing Spider-Man duel. So
Would you say that Spider-Man 3 is the worst of all the, what is it, 9? Is it 9 or 8? 8 movies that have been out with Spider-Man?
You want me to compare Maguire to everybody else? That's the worst one.
Well, not Maguire. I'm just saying the Spider-Man 3 movie itself. Was that the worst of all the movies so far? Because it was so rushed.
I guess, but I'm not a huge fan of the Holland films either. So
okay,
I mean the last one, yeah, this final one where they brought everybody in, it's fun. I mean it's a fun multiverse. I mean it's fun to watch. I'll give you that. It was fun, and they brought the villains that they could from each of the other Spider-Man films. So it was fun. I mean, but I just think I'm not impressed with the Holland version of Peter Parker. I don't think he
Okay.
would be that talkative and be that way he speaks. And, I just don't think. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I like them, but they're not my cup of. He says Holland's not my cup of tea.
I agree. I mean, it's like the Batman comparisons. Was Michael Keaton or was it Christian Bale? As far as the best Batman, I think Tobey Maguire's probably been the best Spider-Man.
Well, he's been the best.
Yeah.
He's been the best Peter Parker too. Because you got to remember Andrew. Is that his last name?
Yeah, Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, Andrew.
I mean, Spider-Man wasn't some skateboarding emo person. But then again, if they're trying to update him to fit in with that audience, well, they did the right thing, making him that type of person. And plus, at least with that one, they made him a genius. If you think about Maguire, there was nothing there to make us think he was some kind of phenomenal brain. He didn't do much.
Yeah.
There was no mention of it, but that with Andrew Garfield, I mean, you were like, oh yeah, he's a genius because he figured out everything. And,
yeah, exactly.
And he helped. So at least that was part of it. And to me, Toby, okay, he was just a normal teenager that got picked on by Flash. Okay.
Yeah.
But like I said in the first one that I did, it was like, well, if you read the comic, Parker didn't take any shit from Flash. And there were times that Parker instigated their little
fights,
little touch-ups. I mean, Parker wasn't like going, "Oh my gosh, here comes Flash." He's like, sometimes that'd be the first thing out of Parker's mouth is he'll make something, a joke about Flash not being the brightest bulb in the room. So it was tit for tat, and it's so. But anyway, how do we get on this? Oh, maybe I did this. I'm sorry. Maybe I did this. So,
I think we just about wrapped up sports talk anyway.
Well, now we get to go to the sore spot. NBA playoffs.
No.
But I did have one piece of news that came out, looked like about 29 minutes ago. Mr. Rendon of the Angels is once again hurt. Again and again and again. And he's going to be out for a lengthy amount of time with a high-grade partial hamstring tear. So, since joining the Angels, he has yet to play more than 65 games, I think, in a season. So, that was money well worth spent.
Yeah.
Especially since he doesn't even want to play, as he said it before. But as I said, let's go to the NBA playoffs. So these are the matchups, and this is as of yesterday's games. In the East, it was the number 1 Celtics taking on the number 8 Heat. That series is now tied 1-1. Almighty's Cleveland Cavaliers, the 4th seed, taking on the Orlando Magic, number 5 seed, and the Cavs are up 2-1. The number 3 Bucks are taking on the number 6 Pacers, and Indiana leads that one 2-1. That's a little bit of a shocker there, since the Bucks are the number 3 seed, but Giannis has not been playing. He's been injured. And there's still no timetable as to when he'll be back. The number 2 Knicks are taking on the number 7 76ers. New York leads that one 2-1, which, of course, everybody in New York is going bonkers over. The fact that the Knicks are actually having a positive playoff run so far. Excuse me. The number 1 Thunder, this is now in the West, the number 1 Thunder are taking on the number 8 Pelicans. Oklahoma leads 2-0. Oh, poor guys. The number 4 Clippers are taking on the number 5 Mavericks, and Dallas leads that series 2-1. I'm so sorry. And now
You sound
the bad
sorry.
ones. Yeah. The number 3 Timberwolves have been playing the number 6 Suns, and Minnesota has taken a commanding 3-0 lead. As we all know, no team in, I don't think, any sport has ever come back from being down 0-3. So it looks like the Timberwolves will move on. And unfortunately for the Lakers, the number 2 world champion Nuggets are taking on my number 7 Lakers. And after blowing a 20-point lead in game 2, to lose that game at the buzzer, the Lakers came home day before yesterday to LA and went ahead and lost that game also. And the Lakers are now down uh, 0-3, or Nuggets are up 3-0 to the Lakers. And the game is today. See if they're going to put us out of our misery, which I at least hope. I at least want one game. Give me
So,
something. Yes.
did you have hope when they were up by 20 then?
Oh, I'm going to hit you. Yes. Actually,
No,
they were.
no, I've been
They,
to the spot where your team's up big and you're thinking, yeah, they're going to win this, and then they let the other team back in, and it's hey,
yeah.
I've watched Pittsburgh do this to the Browns for years, so I know your pain.
Yeah. I thought they totally had command of the game. They were playing excellent. Everything was working out perfectly, and then the second half started, and they just started falling apart. They went on a 5.5 or 6 minute stretch where they scored no points whatsoever,
Oh my gosh! Well, no wonder.
and that let the Nuggets back into the game, and it was a dogfight in the fourth quarter, back and forth, and they were tied. And Jamal Murray pulled up and actually shot it over Anthony Davis, and it went in right as the buzzer went off.
Oh
So
wow.
they won it. Yeah.
Wow.
So the Lakers should have been up or tied that series 1-1, and that might have given them the momentum to take Game 3 here in LA, because they were also up, not as much, but they were up. And it once the second half started, once again they fell apart. And the main culprits are LeBron James. So far in these 3 games, I think he's only scored like 9 points in all 3 games in the fourth quarter. And his shooting percentage is lousy. Anthony Davis has been doing, actually, Anthony Davis is playing excellent. He's averaging something like, I think he's averaging like 28 or 29 and like 14 rebounds, shooting 65%, averaging like 3 blocks a game. So he's doing his part, but no one else is. And the the Nuggets just have our number. You know, there's that one. There's always that 1 or 2 teams that always have your number. They have your number for whatever reason. You just can't beat them. And right now, that's the Lakers and the Nuggets. We just can't figure them out, because they've now beat the Lakers. I believe it's 11 or 12 straight games, regular season and the
Wow.
playoffs. These last 2 seasons.
Jeez.
So they definitely have our number. And even though the Nuggets were the number 2 team, they look damn good again. If they repeat, I won't be surprised. So
Okay. Wow.
The Jokic is unstoppable right now. It's kind of like Shaq back in the day, where it's a man amongst boys playing. I mean, he can do whatever he wants, no matter who's on him.
Hmm. Well, I hope your Lakers can come back and do it for your sake, but
I just want one game. I don't want another
yeah,
sweep.
you
I
don't
mean,
want to
they
get
swept us.
shut out. Yeah, you don't want to be shut out, but yeah.
Yeah, they swept us last year. In the conference finals. and they're close to sweeping us again this year, and they are favored by, I think, 4.5 for today's game. I think we played today, so I will be watching the playoffs from the couch with my Lakers.
Get your popcorn ready.
I guess such is life.
Or your crying
I'll,
time.
I'll I'll be cheering.
Yeah,
I'll be
really.
cheering your Cavaliers.
Well, I hope they can get there. I mean, they had a very good season, and they should. I hope they go far. I mean, I hate it when a team, has a great season and then they lose like in the first or second round. Like, wait a minute, you just spent the whole year,
See, but the thing is, we really didn't have that great of a season. But we were 47-35. We
Yeah,
came
I'm
on strong
talking
at the.
about the Cavaliers, I guess. Hoping that they get
Oh
further.
yeah, no, you guys had a great season. Yeah,
Yeah, we should go further then. Yeah, but you still hope that the Lakers, for your sake, have the Lakers upset somebody and just move along.
Yeah.
Maybe not get to the championship, but at least go. Yeah, we upset. We upset them. We're ready to go.
Well, my thing was is if we were able to. My thinking was is if we were able to get by the Nuggets, that I saw us in the NBA Finals. I didn't see any other team that could stop us.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay.
I felt that confident. The Nuggets were the only team out of all the people in the playoffs. They were the only team that I was so worried about. And of course, we got them on the in the first round.
Yeah.
So, but
wow.
it's the way the ball bounces. I'm just going to be happy when the Clippers lose, because then the Clippers can't talk shit, because we both would have lost in the first round.
Everybody does. Everyone hates the Clippers, huh?
Yeah, and of course we all know who I really hate, and damn it, they're predicted to win the championship this year, which will piss me off. I might have to drive to Boston and run a couple of players over.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to drive,
I say that in jest, people.
well, driving to Boston, I mean, that is some kind of dedication. And would you be able to drive into Boston without melting? I mean, without like the Wicked Witch did with the water.
I'm melting.
They're melting, trying to get into Boston.
That would be the only time I would have to be undercover and actually probably wear some sort of Celtic gear over my Lakers shirt.
Yeah, but you don't want to wear your Lakers shirt into Boston. No.
No, that one time I did work in Boston or Massachusetts, excuse me, because I worked in Ware, Massachusetts, which was about an hour and a half outside of Boston, and this was during playoff time between the Red Sox and the Angels. They were having their playoffs, so I took no Angels gear and I took no Lakers gear because I knew I was going to be alone.
And you wanted to come home.
Exactly. So I didn't take any of myself because I always took something, Lakers oriented,
All
just
right.
like when I used to go up to Sacramento and take all my Laker stuff and people would flip me off. And I would just smile, and I would just smile back at them.
Yeah. So
You Sacramento people are bitter, Liz.
Uh-huh. Yeah, we're bitter. Because we keep choking.
you say choking or coking?
Choking.
Oh, I thought you sort of said you keep coking. I'm thinking,
Oh, that too.
Here's your problem right there. You're coking. But so, well, I guess the one part I only have right now is Reggie Bush getting his Heisman Trophy back after 50.
Oh yes, we forgot to talk about that.
Yeah, that was awesome.
So it took him long enough, and they finally gave it back to him. And I guess from what I remember about it, it was dumb to take it from him. They accused his family of getting payoffs and all this stuff. And if I remember
well,
correct,
I mean, they did get payoffs. I mean, that was proven.
Yeah.
But remember, though, it was Reggie that volunteered to give the Heisman Trophy up. which I know they strong armed him into that. Because I believe if I remember correctly, that they said they would strip him of it if he didn't give it up voluntarily. But
Right. Okay, I see here. Yeah, he was part of his punishment. Yeah.
yeah,
But I guess now that players are getting paid, what's the difference? So,
yeah, I believe they said because the climate has changed as far as players now can get paid, for their likeness and stuff. So that's why they made the decision to, I guess, let him get it back. Uh, I I don't know. How do you guys feel about it?
well, I don't care. I the climate has changed, but and that's good, but climates have been changing. Well, he won it to begin with, and it didn't help. It didn't do anything for his. I mean, it didn't help his performance. He just got paid off, and that is against
Yeah.
and that is against the rules. So at the time, that made sense. But just because, but now that players are getting paid for their likenesses and anything else that they do, or not all players. Remember that not all players are getting
Yeah.
that. Is it NIT or NLT money that they keep talking about?
Well, and the NFT money, yeah,
NFT money. So, and to give it back to them, and I guess after all this time, who cares really? I mean, he got it back. He's happy he got it back. It didn't, it didn't take away from his NFL career. He wasn't punished for that in the NFL because that was college.
yeah,
But I mean, $300,000 is a lot of money back even today to pay for all these
yeah.
handoffs that they got, and that didn't happen. That happened like quite soon after he got drafted, wasn't it, Big Dog? I mean, it didn't take long for this to get out.
No, it was like maybe a year, maybe 2 years top. And
Yeah,
that's also the reason why I don't like Pete Carroll so much, because he saw that writing on the wall, and that's when he jumped ship from SC and went up to Seattle
yeah,
and left SC high and dry, and they had to take all those
all that,
penalties and stuff.
all them punishments, all those. Yeah,
Yep.
he did.
And being stripped of the title. Remember, they won the national championship. That was stripped from them, and all those. I think they had to give up something like 20 spots for the kids that had their stuff paid for, and all because of that.
Scholarships.
Yeah, the scholarships they lost like 20 scholarships.
Yeah.
So
they also on probation for a while too.
they were on probation.
I
think,
believe
for
so, yeah.
4 years. I think it was 4 years.
And and you're right. Pete Carroll jumped ship and went to Seattle
Yeah, he said, "See ya."
because he would have been he would have been fined and all this.
Oh yeah, yep.
He would have probably been fired anyway, but he jumped ship before all that, and that's why you don't like him. I mean, I don't like him either for leaving them high and dry like that. I mean, really,
Yeah.
I'm responsible, but Seattle's calling. See ya. I'm gonna hang out with Kurt Cobain for a while. Yeah, I'll see you later. But anyway, so yeah, you're right, but the punishment was probably right for Bush for taking the money and stuff. I mean, it's a lot of money for his. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah,
of money.
and I think the parents got a house or something out of it, right? Or someone
Yeah,
rented them the house or something.
A house and
I think they got their mortgage paid off.
Yeah.
well, so that I don't know if that was part of the 300 payout or not, but
No, it was in addition to that.
in the addition. So there, you're who knows how much you're talking? Maybe
Yeah.
a little over 400, and so you're talking maybe 500. And
Yep.
and look at what happened to Ohio State players, and they were just trading their gear.
I remember that. Yeah.
And that's what
But-
pissed me off. That pissed me off so much against the NCAA. That's when I came up with the Nazi communist Athletic Association was when, their coach had to leave and they got all this suspension and all they're doing is trading their pants or their jerseys.
Yeah. Yeah.
And barter system is the oldest system in the world, but yet they get busted for it and they have to, and all this brouhaha comes out. They weren't accepting money, they were just trading their shit. And
Yeah.
that's what got me, because then it cost, I can't remember the coach's, I can't remember his name because he was an awesome coach. And he
Yeah.
left because he didn't have to, he didn't know anything was going on, but they made him, that cost him his job. And gosh, what was his name? Gosh dang it, why can't I remember? Now you've got me thinking his name's Carol, and it's not. So, I mean, it was, that's when I really was soiled against the NCAA when that all happened,
Yeah.
bartering their stuff, and
And going back to Reggie Bush, I mean, it's great that he got the Heisman back and stuff, but the only problem that I have is they're saying, "Oh, okay, well, climate has changed, and players, some players are getting paid now, so that's why we're giving it back to them." But it was illegal back then. That just because it's now different now doesn't change the fact that it was illegal when he did it. That's the only problem I have. Because then I always go back, and it has nothing to do. One has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the other, but the fact that that California used to have the death penalty, they got it taken away,
yeah,
and they got commuted to life, without parole, and then they reinstituted the death penalty, but they wouldn't give those guys back on death row, and I'm like, well, that was the original sentence. It's been reinstated, So,
Coach, I was thinking was Jim Tressel.
oh, okay,
He was a good, fair man, a good coach, and they kicked him out for this bartering
they
my pants, and
they needed a scapegoat.
yeah, they did, and so, but anyway, that's when it's like, what? They're not taking money; they're just trading stuff. You can't trade even under the NCAA rules. You can't trade. You can't.
No,
I always
because
kind of felt that was ridiculous.
I think under the rules, even because jerseys have a monetary value or some
Oh
BS.
yeah, but bartering.
So
I know what you mean.
yeah, no, I'm totally on your side. Yeah, I was like, you got to be kidding! Come on, guys.
I know what you mean, and the thing is, I keep thinking, oh, they're getting paid for their education. Well, they're not getting food. They can't feed themselves. They don't get enough money. They can't get any money to do anything else.
Yeah.
They get caught. I mean, that was $300,000. But even if you would borrow 30, you're gone. You should be gone because of the NCAA dumb rules that they had for these players. And so that's what always got me. They'd always say, "Oh, they got paid for their education," but yet the college is making how many millions off of some of these players? Plus it's helping them get how many millions from alumni donations and all this stuff, and they can't. Some of them don't have enough money to get themselves some food or whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, we've all had that argument for years. The fact that these guys, the colleges or universities are spending maybe, let's say, $60,000, $60 to $100,000 for these kids' education, but yet they're making $10-15 million off the top guys. And if you actually add up all the money that they make off the entire team, I mean, you start talking at getting close to hundreds of millions of dollars. With like you said, the boosters that come in and give money and the sponsorships and everything out. I mean, everything is skewed always towards the NCAA.
It is, and I believe if you use somebody's likeness, they should get.
I totally agree with that.
Paid for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you can put that down close to slavery. I mean, it's like, well, we're going to lose your image, but there's no. I'm not saying slavery, but I'm just saying they're not getting paid for their image. It's like, well, show your picture on TV or in our brochures, and that'll bring people in. But yet, I didn't give you permission to do it. Oh, it's right here somewhere, and it's a bunch of
Yeah.
bullshit. And
Yep.
to use their image and so anyway, it seems to be, I don't know, it seems like the writing's on the wall that the NCAA is almost finished anyway. So we'll see what happens. I mean,
Oh yeah.
it's 40 years too late, but we're getting.
Yeah. And another thing about Reggie Bush, not only did he get, well, of course, he got his Heisman Trophy back, but now I guess Bush's lawyers or whoever's helping take care of this, they're going to try and get his records reinstated because all his records that he had at SC, as far as like rushing and touchdowns and stuff, those were all stripped.
Okay.
And so they're trying to get his records reinstated, which I agree. I mean, they shouldn't have taken it away. I mean, I could see the sanctions, but
But it's
as
hard to
far as
take away
records and
something
stuff,
that you've accomplished.
yeah,
You did. There's no denying you did it.
That's true. And plus they opened the door by giving him his Heisman back. So maybe they can
Yeah.
push that door further open to say, look, give him his records back. I mean, it's unfortunate that's happening now when this whole football career is over. I mean, he's wait,
Yeah.
wait, that was a long time ago for me. I don't know what, okay. He's probably just shrugging his shoulder going, yeah, I'll take my trophy back. But my God, I've been in football for 10 years now or whatever, how many years he's been out. But,
yeah.
It's,
And I mean, I understand that they had to do the sanctions and stuff, but with football, and there's, 55 players on the team and, 13, 14 guys on the field at all times. Did Reggie Bush taking that money, had he not been playing, would they still have possibly won that NCAA title, without him? Was he the actual reason why they won? I know he was a big part of it,
yeah.
but
Okay. I'm just saying I did not pay that much a clue. I don't pay that.
same here. I mean, everything for me is after the fact.
If Ohio State's doing good, very good, I will follow them then into the playoffs. But now, and if other teams are doing pretty well, like I know Georgia, I know who Georgia is, and Alabama, and all that crap, like everybody else does.
Yeah.
I don't know who plays for them, but they're good. They're good schools, but other than that, these players that are drafted, I'm like you. Well, looks good. Okay, sounds good to me. I mean, let's see, but
Same thing with me. And for me, I'm more of a UCLA guy than I am SC. So like Caleb Williams, until getting closer to the draft, I really didn't know anything of him. Other than he was a top-rated quarterback. That's about all I ever heard. But like I've said before, I'm not a college guy whatsoever. So
yeah. I'm trying to.
how about you, Liz? Are you a college person at all?
Not that much. A few things here and there will catch me if it's, something really interesting or something that just caught my attention, but not really.
Okay.
Big dog.
Oh, it just no.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to just put it out there. We are exactly 3 months away from the opening games of the Olympics.
Yep, I was going to mention that. Stop
Ooh.
reading my mind.
The Olympics. Awesome. What was that? Remember, I don't know what, but when that NBA players went into the stands and fought players.
The malice at the palace. Yes.
Yep.
Did you see that documentary that was on maybe it was Netflix or Prime?
I think it was on Prime.
They did a documentary and I watched it.
Yeah. Because it was Ron Artest.
I remember when it happened, but then you get the back details of what was going on and these players just running up in there and just, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Ron Artest and Was it Kwame Brown? Was it those were the two main ones?
I
God,
don't remember. I mean,
I know Artest was the one that went into the stands.
yeah,
And that was it was so different because he was actually like laying on the scorer's table waiting to come in.
Yeah, I remember that.
Someone threw a cup of soda or whatever, ice water,
Soda or
whatever it
beer, I
was.
think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, and landed right on him, and that was it. It was on.
yeah. I can't. I've seen it, and I think all of them but one actually talk about it. The other guy won't discuss it.
I'm pretty sure Ron Artest was the one talking about it because he doesn't care.
Well, there were like,
He,
well, I think most of them did except for the one. They could not. I can't remember who the player was, but they could not give.
okay.
He won't talk about it. And some think they probably shouldn't even have been involved in it, but he just won't. I think it cost him. He was the one that was suspended forever.
That was Ron Artest. That was the main guy. Ron Artest was it was I think 67 games because it was the rest of the season. He was suspended for the rest of the season.
Maybe it
and
was.
then
But
and then one of the other guys, the one that was the second most involved, he had like a 20 or 25 game suspension, and then all the other players had between like 2 games to 10 games.
yeah. Well, maybe it was him, but I remember like they said he got suspended, and it probably cost him a championship and all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff.
they were a good team. They were a really good team that year, and Ron Artest at the time was a very good player.
That's right. Well, I don't know why I kept thinking he was the one that wasn't talking about it anymore, but I bet
he might not want to talk about it since he's meta world peace now.
yeah, that's true. But it was like I don't know, like you said, it's probably on Prime or Netflix. But the Malice in the Palace, and that was, I mean, I know about it, but watching it, you get the background of what happened, who
Yeah.
did what, and the fans that were involved, and how the fans didn't, the fans were trying to do this and they didn't get jack, and and it was crazy. And it's one of those things where you're not supposed to go in the stands, but when do you defend yourself when you're getting stuff thrown at you? But or maybe it was just the way it was for that. What team was that? Was that Detroit?
That was Detroit.
Yeah, well then you're talking Detroit. So I mean, come on. I mean, you're not gonna do that to Detroit and get away with it. But
the one I do remember watching it, and I can't remember if it was on Netflix or maybe it was Showtime or something like that. But the one about the Fab Five, Michigan, and that
I watched
whole controversy.
Yeah.
That was a good one, and they talked to everyone, but Chris Webber. Chris Webber refused
to
even be on there.
He won't talk about it either.
Yep.
Maybe that's what I was thinking. That Chris Webber wasn't going to talk about Michigan. He was like, nope. But everybody else did, and
yeah, Jalen Rose is the one that spilled all the beans. He spilled everything.
He did, and but the one player, I mean, I guess the one that got busted just for he accepted shit when he was a kid.
Yeah.
From that guy, and it's like, well, when you're poor and you need shit, if someone's going to give you a pair of shoes, you need a pair of shoes, you're going to take them. Why should that be held against you later on in life? You know what I mean? That was the big thing there for that Michigan thing, and it was interesting. But I remember all I remember about the Michigan players is that they started wearing those long shorts.
Yes, that is.
Yes, I'm trying to forget that, please.
Those pantaloons, and that was. I can see that. No, because now when you watch those old games, like all the old games of Boston and LA, and they're wearing these shorts, and you're like, oh my God, what are they wearing?
That was the thing back then.
That was the thing. And you kept wondering, well, how do they keep their penises in there without falling out? I mean, if you had
and the funny thing is, the last person, in fact, he wore them till he retired because he was the last guy to would still wear the short shorts. Was John Stockton? He refused to go to the longer shorts.
Oh yeah.
That everyone else went to. And I still remember one time it was hilarious. It was an All-Star game, and Shaq was sitting next to John Stockton in the locker room, and he grabbed John Stockton's shorts and he put them on.
Oh
So
God.
big old Shaq is wearing John Stockton. Of course, Shaq's 7'2", Stockton is 6'1", you
Right.
know, and of course much smaller than Shaq.
Yeah.
And Shaq is it was hilarious. Um, he put them on. They were bursting at the seams,
You put them on.
but he put them on.
Well, I know you make that little noise, North Cowgirl, but when you're wearing those short shorts and you've got some junk that is pretty big,
Oh, I know. I know. I know. Believe me, I know.
you're wondering was that uncomfortable to have to cram that up in there and then go out there and play some basketball? I mean, woo, doggy. Sometimes you need some room to have those things breathe. But I'm just But yeah, but now when you see it, you kind of cringe now. What are you wearing? Those things are shorter than short shorts.
Yep.
Remember when you wear those cut off jeans? They came up almost to that
That
short.
that's what that and that's why Roger likes those Daisy Dukes so
Yeah,
much.
yeah, okay. I'll kind of go. But it's interesting how things have changed. Where if you wear those kind of shorts now, you get arrested. What are you
Yeah,
doing?
pretty much.
You have to wear these long things. But pantaloons? No, I'm not going back to the 1700s. No, leave me alone. You
Well,
know that.
at least there was a happy medium between what Michigan started with those ones that went
Yeah,
past the knee pretty much to short shorts. So it's kind of in the middle, which is it's okay now.
yeah. Well, I think they told Michigan that we want to wear those. That's what we want, and that's what they made, and they made those shirts for those
Yeah,
players because that's what they wanted. So, I mean, it's like everybody else is wearing these short things, and they're like, "Nah, we don't. We're not doing that. We're changing the paradigm right now when it comes to these shorts."
and they did, and they started that trend, and they were the hottest selling merchandise
Yeah,
for a
yeah.
while. So
Well, once you become the hottest team in basketball, things are going to.
yeah.
And they didn't get any of that money either. So they were saying that when Michigan, when I watched that, I don't even remember,
Oh,
when they went overseas and they were
okay.
seeing how money worked and how money, I got an idea about money. And they were
Hmm.
like, well, heck, fuck this. We're going pro. We see that money can bring us here. Money can do this. And they
Yeah.
got more of an idea of what money was all about. And not they didn't know what it was about, but they were thinking, well, wait a minute, we can buy a lot of stuff if we go pro. And that's I think that was what they said. That's when they decided to go pro early. It was like, well, let's get out of here. We want money. We want to get paid. So that's what they did.
I just remember when Chris Webber finally made it to Sacramento, and because he was dating, what was that model's name? She was like on that America's Top Model. Tyra Banks. Tyra Banks.
Yeah,
That
Tara.
was his girl. Tyra was his girlfriend at the time when he was in Sacramento. I remember he said he hated Sacramento because there was no good soul food places in Sacramento. I
He's
still remember
right.
this. I still remember to this day. That's what he said. That's why he hated Sacramento.
Yeah, he's right. We had tried to finally get one decent good one, and I think it went out of business during the pandemic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just think, there's a lot of cities that you don't want to. I mean, you think, okay, Buffalo? What's in Buffalo? I mean, some players like Jim Kelly embraced it, and some players were like, "Heck, I want to get the hell out of here." So it was. And I think did we talk about the receiver leaving? What's his name? Leaving Buffalo.
Mm, no, I don't think
Their
so.
top, their top, their top receiver wanted
He
out. He
he
left.
bolted
Gosh, what was his name?
from Buffalo.
Yeah, from Buffalo. The receiver left.
Let's see.
I can't I don't know why I can't remember it because it was like, who's who's he going to throw to now?
Let's see. Leaves.
Gosh dang it.
Oh, Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, he left. And,
Well, it says they traded him actually.
well, he wanted, well,
Well, yeah, he wanted out. So yeah.
I told him he could look for a trade. Thank you, Gig. The Gig. See, it's like Gig needs to be on the show so she can tell us this
Oh,
stuff.
she's actually listening. Okay.
But who's he going to throw to now? He's got all these receivers, or who's he going to throw to? I mean, he's losing left and right. I mean, are the Bills going to be a weaker team now that he's gone?
Let's see who they got for him.
Nobody. No, maybe a draft pick.
Let's see. See, on Wednesday, so this was dated April 3rd, so this was earlier this month. It says they traded Buffalo Bills to
The Texans of all places.
yeah, so he went to Texas. The Bills receive a 2025 second round pick, which was acquired from the Minnesota Vikings in a March deal, while the Texans also land a sixth round selection this year and a fifth round pick next year.
So this got
Yeah,
drafted.
they did. Yeah, the Texans did good. They got a 4-time All-Star and 2 picks. Wow.
I'm telling you right now, the Texans and the Commanders made some killer moves in the offseason. I mean, I know the Texans did well last year, but they should be even more potent this year when they start playing, because they've given CJ Stout some tools.
Yeah.
And they've improved
Exactly.
other things too down there in Houston. So,
And Diggs is only 30 years old too.
and plus the extra draft picks they got from the Browns, they should be able to be the strongest,
Yeah.
the strongest team in Texas. But hey, man, it's
So they got Diggs, and they also signed 4-time Pro Bowl pass rusher Daniel Hunter, and they traded for running back Joe Mixon.
that's right. They got him from the Bengals. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, Dallas better watch out. Texas might be the team. Might be the team of Texas.
Well, the AFC better watch out. The AFC better watch out. They may be the ones that could compete with the Chiefs in a championship game. So we'll see. Maybe the Texans have found the formula to beat the Chiefs, to get past the Chiefs, if they meet
Maybe.
the playoffs. So, and you're right, Gig. Nobody, absolutely nobody for Diggs. And you're right. I don't know, but it seems like he wanted out of Minnesota too. So how long will it be until he wants out of Houston? So he has.
Well, maybe he doesn't like the cold, because you go from Minnesota, which is super cold, to Buffalo, which is super cold.
Minnesota
Now
dome.
Huh?
Minnesota
But
has a dome.
Yeah, but it's still cold.
Well,
It's just like well, this is way back in the day when Kareem was with Milwaukee. He said he absolutely hated Milwaukee because of the winters.
okay.
So I mean, some guys just don't like the cold.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It's too bad he didn't find it as favorable as Jeffrey Dahmer, but that's fine.
Well, that's because he was freezing the meat as he needed to.
That's true.
Exactly.
He had to freeze his meat. Good God, where do we go with this one? Okay, that I'm just saying about that. If that's the problem, then maybe he's found.
I mean, it could be that he's just not happy, like you said. I mean, that happens with a lot of players when they're just real picky, that they don't see the success that they feel they should be getting. They jump ship. LeBron. And
that was a good one. I loved it. But well, we'll see. I mean, but he's not. But maybe he saw the writing on the wall about the Bills declining. I don't know. I mean, It seems like they can't get past anybody either. I mean, they have to fight the Chiefs. But so will the Chargers. The Texans, if they have to continue into the playoffs, they're going to have to face the Chiefs too. So, but I guess the surprising part is the Bills actually traded them to a playoff contender
Yeah,
because they might.
and got nothing to show for it. I mean
Yeah,
that's the crazy part.
yeah, I know, and that means that they could meet in the playoffs too, the Texans and the Bills. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It was weird that he wanted out, but now it tells you who does their quarterback, the Bills quarterback, have to throw to. I can't remember these players' name. I can't remember anybody's name today. I don't know.
He's gonna throw to himself. He's gonna throw to himself. He's gonna think he's like Mr. Perfect.
Well, he
He'll
does
throw
run.
the ball. He'll throw the ball. He'll run and he'll catch it.
Well, he does run it. He does run it already. So maybe you're right about that. And there's nothing illegal about it. He can throw a pass to himself if he wants to. So. But what is his name? Why can't I remember anybody's name anymore? The Bills quarterback, and he's not like the dumbass. I don't know what I can't remember. I'm just my Alzheimer's is really kicking in today.
You're sometimers.
I hope so. Josh Allen, there we go. So,
Yeah.
but that's all they have left, really, unless as far as we know. But we'll see. I mean, it's just weird that they. If I would just pay attention to Gig, I wouldn't have to type it up in Google. I can just because Gig's my Google right now. Josh Allen. You're right. Thank you, Gig, for updating me on my craziness here, my sometimers. But
Gig can't come on. She can't come on to the episode because she's washing her chonies. So that's she can only listen to us.
well, that's good. At least somebody is. So
Somebody's listening to us, or someone's washing their chonies.
someone's both, I imagine. So well, at least she gave us a heart. She gave us a heart,
Oh, yay.
and
She loves us.
everybody
she does.
that's watching is NDB Media. So that's weird how we have two people watching, but they're all NDB Media or sports talks with the guys. So I don't know how that works. So I guess we're watching ourselves. I don't get it, but that's not my.
So right now, is everybody gearing their teams to beat Mahomes? Is that the consensus?
I would think so, except for the
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't know. Everybody has to have a team that they have to get past. I mean, if the Chiefs are this dynasty that we want to call them, then that's
He's coming around.
and you know who the team is to beat, then you have to start. Well, even if there's a teammate, you always know a team in the division you have to beat, and you have to start making preparations to beat somebody, right? You just can't.
Yeah.
And sometimes you pick the wrong team because another team takes their spot, and then you're wait a minute, we went after the wrong team. But I think teams are just building themselves to win. I don't know if it's against the Chiefs, but I just think the Titans, they were bad, and now all of a sudden they're a surprise team and they're a contender. But Baltimore is not making any of these huge changes to chase the Chiefs. They're still playing their same ball. They might be making upgrades, but you don't see them doing anything to chase the Chiefs. I mean, I guess Lamar Jackson can run if he has to, I guess they did sign. Well, they have Derek now to run the ball with them too, in spots. So they did sign Derek from. And they still have another running back that they can use. So,
how many years do you think Kelsey's got left in him? Because he's 34, and he's been playing for 11 years now.
we're going to have to ask Taylor Swift.
I was just looking to see how old they are because Travis is 34, and Mahomes is only 28 years old.
Well, I don't. It just depends on how they feel and how they produce each year. You never know. I mean, his brother retired and he was 36, right?
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
He's the older brother. But then
Yes.
again, he
Yeah.
was a center, so he was getting his head bashed in every play for half
Yeah.
the year.
Exactly.
I know Kelsey gets tackled when he runs across the middle and getting, but that's a hard. I can't answer that because you know you could probably say 38, so he's got 4 years left, but you never know how long he and how many rings can he wear at one time. So
Let's see. So Jason was or is 36. So he's 2 years older, and he played for 12 years. But you're right though about him. He got beat up every single play,
yeah, yeah, 'cause
whereas Travis gets hit good, once every 6 or 7 times maybe.
he may have to block a few times for the running game, but
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. I mean, when you watch him right now, you don't see any drop off in production. He runs
Oh
across.
no, no. I would probably say he's probably what the number one,
Oh,
number
easily.
one. Yeah,
Yeah, so when as long as Mahomes has Kelsey, I think that makes them part of the unstoppable. And they also
yeah,
have the running game that works too. But it seems like as long as Kelsey's on the field and Mahomes needs someone to pick up a first down, that's who he throws to.
definitely.
Now
Yeah,
maybe the
especially
receiver that they drafted might, well, we would give them some speed on the outside, which they really need. So maybe that'll help. Hopefully he can start producing right away, that receiver that they drafted, and help them
yeah,
out. But but I'm just saying, if Kelsey's there and they no matter how much, if they need 9 to 10 yards, there you go. It's off to Kelsey.
yeah. I mean, and the Super Bowl is a perfect example of that. I mean, he hardly got any touches in that first half, and once he started getting the touches in that second half, that's when everything went wonkers for
Part of it
the
too.
Niners.
That was part of it too. The 49ers, I don't know if they just didn't throw it to him, or the 49ers were able to keep him contained. And the 49ers still should have had more points in that first half, but they seemed like they were
Yeah,
containing Kelsey. But they came out, two things happened, as we know. The 49ers changed some kind of game plan for some reason, and Mahomes and then made adjustments to get the ball to Kelsey. Like you said, big dog. And it's like, okay, let's march down the field and put this game and get back in this ball game. And
yep,
you're right. A lot of things happened in that second half. A lot of adjustments or things happened, but in any game you watch with the Chiefs over the past, as long as he's been there with Mahomes, that's all.
yeah,
That's all you saw. You saw against Philadelphia, he did the same thing in the Super Bowl. During the regular season, during the playoffs, it's Mahomes to Kelsey, Mahomes to Kelsey. So right now, Kansas City needs to be looking for a replacement for Kelsey. And
yeah,
I mean, I know that doesn't sound good, but still, they still need to somewhere start looking for, okay, who's going to be our next guy, because Kelsey's going to retire, and even in 4 years, you still want to have somebody as his backup ready to go and have enough
Yeah.
experience to take his place.
yep.
So, and I don't know. And how long is Andy Reid going to be coaching? So,
As long as Mahomes wants him, I think.
I guess. I mean, how many cheeseburgers can you eat like he does and not actually have a heart attack and be out for a while? But or
He'd probably have a heart attack and still be calling plays from the hospital.
yeah, he probably would.
I
Be.
can see that.
What was that play in the Super Bowl? What was it called?
Oh yeah, that last trick play. That was the mustard off the hot dog, or
Hot
the
dog something.
something about a hot dog,
Yeah, yeah. So you have
and he pulled it out at the perfect time. I mean, no one was expecting it, and You know, he was like, okay, let's do that trick play.
So you had the Philly special, and now that the hot dog place. So I mean, you're getting
Yeah.
all kinds of nice little names that work, you know. But and the hot dog thing fits very well with Andy Reid, though. You know, it's like, I mean, if Andy Reid was still coaching Philadelphia, it just would have been called the Philly steak, not the Philly special. Let's do the Philly steak, yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe eating the steak at the same time, calling the play. Blah 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 blah. But yeah.
So
Go ahead.
no, go ahead and finish.
I was finished. I was just
Okay. Do you think we see Belichick not this season but the following season?
what, coach?
Yeah, or in some sort of. I don't see him. I don't see him stepping into an offensive or defensive. I think if he comes back, it would have to be. I don't think he would allow himself to have a boss, so to speak.
Right now, I'm going to say he doesn't do jack shit.
I'm kind of leaning that way also. I think he's going to be happy in his retirement.
I mean, he's 71.
Yeah.
He's got multi-millions of dollars. And I just don't think he's going to do anything. If anything, he might take up Peyton Manning for his Manning cast. It's only once a week, and you don't got to do much preparation. You just sit there and go, he caught the pass. So this is what happened here. And I wouldn't have done that because I'm the best coach in the goddamn NFL. So I don't know what the fuck that guy was thinking. But I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't know he was single.
Who?
Belichick.
Could you be married to him?
I know he has kids.
Well, I wouldn't be married to him, but
He was because he had.
You know what I meant, personality-wise. I'm sorry, he's so freaking irritating.
so he was married from
He's married
77
to
to
himself.
2000. He was married from 77 to 2006.
Oh, he must have been a saint.
Yeah, we talked about that Thanks gig. We knew that they got that wide receiver Xavier Worthy. He's a speed man, speed demon. That's what we'll call him from now on, the speed demon. For
So
kids.
he was married for almost 30 years.
Yep.
And he's worth. You're right. I mean, he could just sit on his worth. He's worth. He has a net worth of $70 million right now.
Yeah, you just buy a hockey team and just sit back and watch hockey. I don't know. He doesn't do jack. I'm gonna say why. You know, and he's not. And I.
Oh.
And
I
I don't
didn't know that.
So I don't think he would come back even as an interim coach either. I don't think he would pull that one. I don't think he would do that.
I did not know this. His daughter, Amanda Belichick, is in her 9th season at Holy Cross as the head coach of the women's lacrosse team.
Oh, that's not
okay.
all. That means all his children are coaching
Wow. Okay.
because his son's
Impressive.
not coaching for someone else, right? His son got a coaching job.
Oh, does he? Okay.
He found a coaching job. I forget what he's doing, and I forget what team, but he did find a position. So, and so now he gets to prove himself without having, behind Belichick's hoodie. So,
All right. So it says, as I said, the daughter Amanda is head coach at Holy Cross. His son Stefan is an assistant coach with the Patriots.
oh, is he still there?
That's what it says. And his other son Brian is also an assistant coach with the Patriots.
So he still kept part of his family there. I thought they didn't actually clean house of his whole family. Wow. Okay.
A little bit of nepotism there, huh?
Okay. Well, okay. I thought they found different. I thought they were coaching for different teams, but I guess I was wrong. But
I thought they were. I thought one of them was. I mean, I kind of remember one being the assistant coach, but I didn't know they both were.
yeah,
For the Patriots.
right. Well, we'll see. But I didn't know that. I did not know that about his daughter being a successful coach in whatever lacrosse. Right? You said lacrosse or
Yeah, lacrosse. Yeah,
yeah, I did not know that. So you'll
and
see.
also it says that in 2021, um, Donald Trump, 45, wanted to give Belichick the Presidential Medal of Freedom, um, and Belichick declined.
That sounds about right. What was he freeing? I don't know who he freed. I mean,
I'm not even going to respond to that. That is just so
To
nepotence,
45 or to
giving to
Belichick?
nepotence. To both. It's like nepotence trying to outdo nepotence.
yeah. Well, even the Presidential Medal of Freedom. I didn't free anybody. I don't know what the hell you talking about. I didn't, but I don't know. Well, Belichick, I think he wins trophies, but I don't think he's won for trying to get personal accolades.
Yeah, I don't see him as that either. I think he's yeah. I think his attitude is I'm here to do a job. We won the championship. Okay, what's next? No, we got to go for next season now.
Yeah,
It's just part of the job for him.
yeah, that's true. And to do that, I mean, what does it take? I mean, think about it. Every year, you have to start over again and get these players to buy into we need another Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they get some time off, and then all of a sudden, look, we're not going to go. We're not going to walk. We're just not going to walk through the season. We are going to fight our asses off to get to another Super Bowl, and to have these players buy into it. Some of the same players buy into it year after year after year. It's like sometimes that it's only only so much.
Yeah, and also like Belichick. I mean, none of us know Belichick, of course. He seems like you can tell he's a very private person, but I don't see Belichick as the rah rah guy. Like okay, guys,
Yeah,
we're
I know.
gonna, we're gonna get another championship. Yeah, let's go. Kind of like Pat Riley or Phil Jackson, who does a philosophical way of trying to get you to do what he wants. I don't see Belichick doing any of that stuff.
Well, how many of those they do those things after a game when they win and they're all going, yeah, yeah. How many times
Yeah,
do you see Belichick going, blah, 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 blah. Then the game ball goes to, he's not doing
yeah,
it. He let somebody else probably do that. He's probably going, we got to get ready for next week. What the hell are you guys doing? Let's hit the
yeah.
blackboard.
They're celebrating. And they're like, well, where's Bill? Oh, he's in the office.
Yeah, that's how he celebrates. But still, Belichick, I don't know how Belichick is feeling, but I mean, it seems like he didn't burn out because he kept
Yeah,
pushing everybody. I mean, usually a coach burns out trying to do all that and just resigns. And plus staying with the same team for as long as he did too. And anyway, you can say what you want about Belichick, but he pulled off the impossible. So
yeah,
until someone beats it, but the same team and winning all the time, except for the last season when he got the third pick. But other than that, you always, New England was always the talk of we're going to win the East. No one really.
yeah. That was pretty much penciled in every year.
So just like now, Kansas City is always penciled in for the West. So I mean, it's like it went from East to West, and it we'll see what happens. I mean, what are your thoughts on Belichick, North Cowgirl? Do you think that what do you think about the man?
I think my comment when you were talking about 45 in him are pretty much what I think about him.
Well, I'm probably too busy talking over everybody to pay attention. So
Yeah.
as I usually do.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I,
I'm
I
not a
have
big fan.
I have a woulda, coulda, shoulda for you guys. Um, had Drew Bledsoe not gotten injured, how much longer do you think it would have taken for Tom Brady to start playing? Because remember, it was Drew Bledsoe getting hurt, and they just inserted him. And it's funny listening to the commentator back then saying, well, I hope Bledsoe comes back pretty quick because they're not going to do much with this new kid. He's not going to mount. He's not their quarterback. We need Bledsoe back. And of course, the rest was history. But had Bledsoe not gotten hurt, how much longer do you think Brady would have stayed on the bench?
That's a good question.
As long as until they were.
Yeah, that's a hard question.
Well, okay. They were winning with Bledsoe, so I don't know if Brady would ever get in.
Why change it? Yeah. If you're winning, why, mess with success?
Yeah.
But somehow, even though Bledsoe was winning, and they started winning with Brady, you still are wondering, well, why didn't Belichick make the switch? Because Bledsoe was still playing good football.
Yeah.
Right. So it was like, when did Belichick decide that Brady was going to be the starter and poor old Bledsoe who got hurt? Well, yeah, you're healthy now, but sorry, we're going to go with this number 6 round pick quarterback that no one cares about. But sorry, you know what I mean? I mean, you're
yeah.
When did that happen? Because usually it's unfortunate. I mean, I feel bad for Bledsoe in a way because he was the starter and they were winning, but that's just. But then you realize, well, that's football. Someone gets hurt, someone comes in, and that's why players don't want to come out when they get hurt because they're afraid someone's going to steal their job.
Yep.
I think that's exactly what Brady did too.
Yeah. And you can't deny. I mean, the success happened, but.
Oh God, no! It was lightning in a bottle. It was wonderful.
We got to remember, Bledsoe. Brady had that chip on his shoulder too, and still does. So that was part of it too. He had a good time in Michigan, right? I mean, he started there, and then all of a sudden he drops all the way to the 6th round, right? And then it's like, what the? No! I don't know what the hell happened here, but I'm not a 6th rounder. And sometimes you get that opportunity, and it's up to you to grasp it and run with it.
Yeah.
And that's what he did, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, Belichick still could have said, "Hey, it's been okay, thanks, kid, but we're going to go back to Bledsoe." I mean, that could have happened just as well.
True. It could have
won, and England still would have won. So it's weird. So how much?
And it wasn't like it was in San Francisco when Montana was there and Steve Young was on the bench, but everybody knew Steve Young was going to get his chance. They saw it, and they were just giving Montana the chance to mentor him till Montana was getting ready to retire because he was older. He ended up being, of course, traded instead. But that wasn't the same dynamic in New England. Brady was just the backup quarterback.
Yeah. Well, Montana still wasn't a big fan of Young anyway, being there. I mean, he was like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah. But I know what you mean. That he was, and well, the same thing, like to be recent with Green Bay and Love. They knew he was going to get in.
Yeah.
Either Rodgers retired or he went, to the Jets. They knew he was going to come in and get his chance, and now that Love has got his chance, he's proven, at least this season, he proved that he's a wonder.
Oh, yeah. He had a hell of a season.
The whole season.
Hey, he beat the Cowboys. That's good enough for me.
Yeah, that's true. But they a playoff game of all things, he blew them out. He said, "Yeah, screw this. We're not going to." But still,
yeah. In fact, Liz and I were talking when you were having your audio problems. We were talking about that. How that game. First of all, it was the fact that the Packers, of all teams, beat Dallas, and that Dallas hadn't lost a home game in almost 2 years.
Yep.
And it was the Packers that did it. One of the biggest
rivals. Horribly.
Yeah.
It was a horrible blowout to boot. It wasn't like, okay, a point here, a couple extra points. It literally was
Well, that whole
dumpster fire.
weekend was like that. You had them blow Green Bay blow,
Oh, no.
and then what? Tampa Bay did what to Philadelphia? What? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
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 That whole weekend was like, holy, what dimension am I living in? Because this isn't the one that we woke up in last week.
But if you remember though, Tony was telling us that Philadelphia, he didn't expect them to win. Remember, because he said
I
that
remember.
all the players lost the confidence in the coaches. So there was that already. He was
Yeah.
out there.
And they were one of the teams that were struggling too that we talked about.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But still,
And
he comes in with a 9 and whatever. I mean, they weren't exactly Ghostbusters with that record they had. You know,
yeah, and we talked about that. I
9
can't
and 8.
remember if it was you or Liz that kept saying, quit playing with your food because they
I
had
think
that good
it
record,
was
but
me.
yeah, they were barely winning those games.
You're
So,
right. And I know. Yeah, everybody noticed it. We talked about it all year long about these teams. Like, what the hell's wrong with these? They're just playing with their food. And I'm sure North Cal Girl said it, but we were all discussing it all
yeah,
year long, just about after week 3. And even when Philadelphia just started out 10-0, but then they weren't blowing nobody out, right? They were. What's going on? They should be blowing these people out, some of these teams out, and they weren't. And then they finally lost, and then they were. And that's when we saw the
yeah,
real wheels coming off toward the end there of the season. And
yeah. They were probably one of the most unimpressive 10-0 teams ever.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They weren't like gangbusters, like
Yeah,
a weak team. They blow them 45-0. It was like everybody got the stuff. And there were teams that came back against them too. It was like
yeah,
like, what the hell are you? They barely pulled it out. I mean, yeah, you're 10-0, but my God, if you go up against Kansas City right now, you're going to get your ass kicked. I don't know what you're thinking, but or anybody,
yeah,
but anyway, answer your question about you can't really answer that with Belichick. I mean, with
yeah,
Brady coming in because he would really have to show off in training camp to do anything because at that time, like you said, he was just the 6th-round backup. He was the
yeah.
emergency guy.
And that's what I was thinking too. He wouldn't have had his chance to show. Had Bledsoe not gotten hurt, he wouldn't have his chance till the following preseason to show what he can do.
Right, and he could have been
So
cut by then too. So
yeah, exactly.
So I mean, because was it like we were talking about? Well, some of these are drafted to be the guy that's coming up, like Love and they got
Yeah,
Steve Young from Tampa Bay, but because he wasn't doing much in Tampa Bay, and that was always so funny when that first happened when Young went to San Francisco, thinking why they drafted this crazy. What the fuck are they doing? He can't win in Tampa Bay. Why would they want him? But
yeah,
at the first, I didn't understand why they got him because he wasn't doing much in Tampa Bay. But then Tampa Bay was sucking ass back then, so I guess that kind of explained it. But to me, I guess I'll say no. Nothing would have happened if Bledsoe wouldn't have got hurt. I just think he would have hung around unless because there's only so much you can show off in preseason. Unless there was some kind of personality click with him and Belichick is the reason he got to stay with the starting job to begin with. Maybe something clicked between those two. Because usually you don't want to change your winning, your starting
yeah.
quarterback that's winning. And it's a good question, Big Dog. I appreciate that. But if Bledsoe doesn't get I'm just saying if Bledsoe doesn't get hurt, I don't think we hear of Brady again.
And I love how
History
you
could have
wound
been
up.
changed.
Oh, God, yeah. I was going to tease somebody. I was loving how he was dealing with the tongue twister, the 3 Bs.
Yeah. Belichick, Brady, and Belichick. No, Belichick, Brady, and Bledsoe. Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't know. I just don't think unless he gets released and that kind of situation happens somewhere else that he goes to another team and another quarterback gets hurt.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger. We are doing well. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. We miss
Come
you.
jump on for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Love to see your
Little,
smiling face.
you lazy
little
bum.
Helio, come jump on.
But I know we're going a little bit past time, but I don't think anybody's after us. And we did spend how many times on Dawson's Creek, so we have to make up for that. All kinds of fun stuff going on today. But
We'll give Roger the woulda, coulda, shoulda joke. I mean, question, since he loves those so much.
yeah, well, I don't think that's the woulda, shoulda, coulda question. I just don't think it would have happened. I just don't think
Yeah.
it would have. I just don't believe it. He's driving
Ah,
someone crazy.
he says he's driving.
No, you gonna take a picture of your food later on, Raj? I always appreciate that. Makes me hungry.
He's
I
driving Miss
just always
Daisy
get
right now.
jealous.
Yeah, but anyway, what was your answer, NorCal girl, about the woulda, coulda, shoulda?
I don't know. I'm sorry you got to be distracted by food.
We're talking about Brady and Belichick.
Oh yeah, my
I mean,
answer
Brady.
is yeah. I don't think that he would have been brought in. I really don't.
What about you, Big Dog? Did you answer and I didn't pay attention?
Uh, shoot, here we go again. So hopefully it doesn't mess up my phone. Um, I think that as great as he is, I can't see that greatness not coming out sooner or later. But I think it would have taken another at least a season or two.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but that's a woulda, coulda, shoulda, if you want to call it that question, that can be asked about a lot of players that became stars after getting that shot. So, but that's a good one though. That is a good question. And and later on after I call Jerry Jones, I'll make a call into Tom Brady and ask him what he thinks. So I'll be a busy man trying to get a hold of these people. And after these people laugh at me and hang up, well then I'll let you know what happened.
Uh huh.
Who the hell are you? I'm the Almighty. Okay, bye. You know, then I'll probably have someone come looking for me.
Yeah, we've got this crazy stalker.
Yeah, the Almighty called you. Oh, I'll talk to him. But yeah, but anyway, it's a good question. I like it. That was probably the question of the show there, Big Dog. I like it. But woulda, coulda, shoulda. I don't know. I don't know if that's the way you would. Yeah, I guess you would put it that way. But to me, it's like a woulda. He would not have. No, I believe with NorCal Girl, 1 or 2 years and you have been cut, and he probably with the way he is, he probably would have still tried it with another team if he would have been cut,
Oh yeah.
and hopefully that team would have been the Browns. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. Well, I don't know. Well, it depends because Belichick did coach the Browns and stopped and then went to New England. Or was that before? Yeah, so that would have been. I don't know. I don't think we want to reject like that. But anyway, hmm, interesting, interesting. So anyway, is there anything else going on that we need to speak of, or should we just call it a day? We talked about Bush. It looked like Big Dog had enough of Bush, and I think we talked about the draft and other things that were happening.
Yeah, I think we covered a lot of it.
Yeah, so you know, uh, so we ready to call it a day, Big Dog, or do you have anything else for us to talk about?
no, we can call it a day. That's fine. Um, I guess my audio or everything. I guess I froze out because I was speaking, but no one could hear me.
Yeah. Well, you
So
disappeared. You just disappeared. We didn't know what was going on.
yeah, well, I rebooted again. So,
Okay.
but yeah, no, I think we're done. We've covered everything plus.
Yep. So anyway, next week's show should be interesting since we'll be talking about still basketball playoffs, beginning of the baseball season, and plus we will be throwing in some Olympics, right?
Well,
I would hope so.
well, the Olympics really doesn't start till July, so
Who said the Olympics started today?
no,
No,
I
he said
said,
in
I
three
said,
months.
I said it was exactly 3 months from today.
Oh, okay. I guess I'd shut up long enough. I know what the fuck you were. I mean, what you were saying. I mean,
Yeah, it's July 24th, I believe, is opening games
all right.
to August. I think August 10th or August 11th.
Okay. Well, it
Somewhere
doesn't
in there, yeah.
doesn't matter because everyone joins us every week. So in 3 months, you will hear us talking about the Olympics and
Yes,
also the All Star game for baseball. So a
yes.
lot of things going on,
Yeah.
and
Uh,
training camps for football. So we'll see if anybody's panning out.
are
But it's
are
fun.
you a fan of the Olympics?
Yeah, I do watch the Olympics. I do. I mean, Summer Olympics, are probably I kind of like the Winter Olympics better, but the summer's fun with all the racing, the track and field. And
Yeah.
now that Phelps is winning all the swimming
All
medals,
the medals.
that are
I
only
know.
it's like who's going to win this event? Gee, I don't know who is, but he did have some exciting races though. I mean, he didn't win them all by that one where he stretched his arm out just
Oh
in
yeah.
Oh, that was a great one.
that was probably the best swimming match meet I've ever saw. Is that because he just did he took his luckily he was 6'5" and he could just go, hey, I got it, but it's
Yeah. Had he had smaller hands, he would not have won that race.
if he had a smart arm length, you know. But my favorite picture is when they caught him in the off season smoking marijuana. But
Oh, when he had
Oh,
the
I know.
bong.
That was
When he
funny.
had that bong, yeah.
now it'd be legal, so it wouldn't matter if he was smoking marijuana. But so okay, that does us. Any final words from you, big dog?
Nope. Just enjoy baseball, enjoy the NBA playoffs. Hopefully your team does well. I will be crying in my soup
And
probably after tomorrow.
that's just Boston. Then we don't care. Oh, big dog doesn't care about your Boston Celtics. But anyway,
I would love for Boston to lose this in this round, being the best team in all of basketball and losing the first round. I would just love that, but it ain't gonna happen. So
so, I
that's
like
okay.
I'd like to mention that I'm wearing this black turtleneck, and I really don't wear it that often because people confuse me with Steve Jobs. So I don't wear it that often.
So
What
so
about you?
so we're gonna see internet rumors that Steve Jobs didn't die, that he's actually
Yeah,
in Cleveland.
I'm his clone. I can do this. I can do this too. And then, well, it depends. If I have ideas, I don't know if they're any good like Steve Jobs, but I have ideas. But anyway,
Well, see, because you're going to be seen at a pumping gas in Cleveland, where Elvis took your money, or something.
me
Oh,
and
yeah, definitely.
Ian Elvis working together at the convenience store. Yeah, we
There you go.
yeah we do.
And Tupac was your bagger.
Cool. Whoa, that one is
That's
really.
good.
Oh wow,
That was good.
that was good, but that was also nasty. Kind of really. Wait, it doesn't matter. NorCal girl, anything before we call it morning or
No,
almost early afternoon?
other than stay. Yeah, no kidding. Say no, other than stay safe, stay sane, and enjoy your weekend.
Yeah, it's
No,
true.
man, I'll stay safe and I'll enjoy my weekend. I don't know about the same part.
Yeah, well, that's all of us. Okay, that does this week. I'd just like to remind you that check the NDB media schedule. We have shows out the kazoo coming up. My cat's me yelling at me. I don't know what I forgot. Maybe she's trying to cue me on something.
She's probably hungry.
Are you hungry? You're always hungry, you fucking pig. I mean, you pig. And tomorrow at 6 will be Soul Live. Well, I'll be doing Spider-Man 3, and hopefully NorCal Girl will join me. And, of course, Big Dog, because he's a Spider-Man fan. But if you have time, that's awesome.
What
We'll be
time?
at 6.
So
My
3 o'clock. Okay.
3 o'clock your time.
Wait, are you Central Time or are you Eastern Time?
Who?
You.
I'm Eastern time.
Okay, so 3 o'clock for me. Okay.
3 o'clock. I'm just saying, I mean, it's a Spider-Man thing. I've been
So
covering the Spider-Man thing because the Cinemark is going through the whole gambit because of Century's 100th anniversary.
so are we gonna talk about emo Peter Parker?
No, we're still with McGuire.
Well, yeah, that was the third one. Remember when he had the hair slicked back and he did the dancing and
I like that. I like that Peter Parker though. I like that badass Peter Parker. You know, I like that. I mean, I did like that one, emo Peter Parker. That one I did like. That had its moments. I mean, that film had its moments, and Mary Jane was in danger as usual. So it's the same old, same old. Oh, we have the plus the mystery of the threesome with Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane and Peter Parker. Oh my gosh, that's crazy talk there. Though Gwen Stacy didn't have a big part in it, and she was played by Bryce Howard, Ron Howard's daughter. So
yep.
there you go, folks. There you go. But anyway, that's tomorrow at 6, and then I'll get the rest of the schedule down to do tomorrow, and a lot of travel that coming up. The fan show that comes up, that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, it didn't last very long last week. I was looking forward to listening to it, but things happen, as with all shows. But we'll get that done. But finally, just play safe, play safe. Never play safe. Always try to cheat, as Belichick would say. Um, Stay safe. Have a good week. Enjoy your sports, and just stay safe. And join me tomorrow for Spider-Man 3, the Maguire Spider-Man 3. And we will also discuss, should he get a fourth film? All these things came up after the last Spider-Man movie where everybody should be getting a new film now. Andrew and Maguire and, that chatter started again. Everybody have a good one.